Grand Rising, everyone. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off like we always do by shouting out to sponsors. That's each and every one of y'all that support the platform. Hopefully, everybody having a good Grand Rising and a good weekend. We're going to start it like we always do with some music, man. Let some people get in the house, man. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family. And shout out my wild Aborigines, my wild niggas, my wild Americans. Grand Rising, everybody. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit, I was selling the fiends, was really killing them.
Shout out my nigga
Your
Brian.
gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws of space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God when you become one. You understand, you could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if they get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part 2, Grand Rising. Grand Rising.
For over 700 years, and I carried the European taught the Europeans until they're coming back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Give us support to young presses, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see, the best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while you broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts, cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with two hands blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all dirt all these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood Politics Part 2, my name Dangerous.
Grand Rising, man. Hopefully everybody having a good weekend, man. Part 3 coming next. Any topic. And if nobody don't come up, I got some videos for us to review. If nobody comes up, I got some videos.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sensei. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered.
My brother
Lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3, my name Dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail.
Any topic, y'all.
But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Going to my nigga Dre Cobb music next, man. Laugh now, cry later. Shout out my nigga Drake Cobb. The network. You already know Drake, the network. Hope everybody having a beautiful day, man. Beautiful start to the weekend. Any topic, anybody
This
can hit
that
the link.
Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and Opium, fresh from the FedEx chest, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will.
You cry.
When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now, ain't got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like a blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention.
You cry.
And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming, executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the nine sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the 4/5, waving you down like high hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet.
Grand
Laugh
Rising
now,
Collect.
cry later.
Much
Y'all
love,
know what
respect
it
to you and
is,
the
man.
family.
It's
Jawan,
scary for you niggas
much
out
love,
here,
respect
man.
to you and the
Know
family.
y'all feeling the
Both
pressure.
of y'all,
This
all of
network
y'all
shit,
having a
this shit
beautiful
real,
weekend,
man.
man.
Ain't
Power to
nothing
the
but real shit over
motherfucking
here,
people.
nigga.
Much love,
Chris
Shawan,
Cyphers just
Collect
gave y'all the dome
73.
shot. Dangerous
Appreciate
just put you
y'all
niggas in
support.
a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you
Grand
niggas,
Rising,
man.
everybody. Yes, man.
Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him
Shout out to
then.
Network.
Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game. You niggas lame. Come and catch this flame. We ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel where the smoke blow. I need a heat check. Lily from the logo. Smoke is out. You can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the nigga see prey. And move like Neo when the nigga see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition. Chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheater moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay.
What y'all smoking
know
on
what it
this
is,
weekend, man?
Chris Cyphers.
I'm smoking
Dangerous,
on some
Drake
rocks.
Cobbs, man. This network
wax.
shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man.
That's
Nothing
it.
but real.
That's what we
You
deal with.
already know.
Real
Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe.
Already know. Shout out my nigga Dre Cobb. You know how
Network,
we get
nigga.
down.
Network
Network.
forever, nigga.
Network forever. Going over here to my nigga Juice. William Best, man.
Here we go.
Did you know
William
that you're
Best
Aboriginal?
in the building. Welcome everybody.
Everybody sub to everybody.
It's just an indigenous thing. Studious, I'm an info for info.
Appreciate all
I
y'all
make what's
support.
complex
Rum
look
hand,
simple.
look good, rum
To
hand.
reclaim
Black
my
motherfucker
birthright,
power.
my MO.
Much
My
love and
blood ties
respect
to the
you
land, my
and the
credentials.
family.
Turtle Island, Nietzsche, my kinfolk. The vibration on this frequency I live for. We get sick, we don't go to hospital. We heal ourselves with herbs and crystals. Mother Nature speaks, my soul gets tickled. We already equipped with the essentials. No Similac for my little. All my babies get the milk from mama's nipples. Raising rebels to create ripples in the system. It's not liberal. We teach the youth to go to source for they vittles. Be the B, don't be the man in the middle. That's a third party, a fifth whip. They tell you saving a little is a big deal. Wanna trick the RZA with his own spell? Learn
links
to
in the
conquer,
chat.
then you'll
Anybody
pierce the
can join,
veil.
man.
That's his story, I didn't write that. It's my birthright, I want my life back. Was on the wrong path, now I'm on the right track. Was in the dark, now I'm in the light, fam. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Did you know? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. With the eye of Horus, I see infinity. Woke up like Neo, started training my abilities. I'm not a storm, baby, let me be your peace. Your protector, the enemy runs in retreat. Shout out to Sophia, born to be a steward. Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York. Rod Hayes, Mama Rebert, Interstellar. Dane Calloway, Billy Carson, Young Elder. With my light codes, I'm in fight mode. For the next generation, we gon' right wrongs. Get off the merry-go, don't repeat the cycle. You in the dark cause you forgot to cut your lights on. With the lights on, like Tupac, all eyes on. The usurper, trying to take my throne. I urge karma to drown you in a typhoon. An open book, you see what page I'm
Everybody
on.
having a good weekend, man.
My skin's divine, I
Any
left
topic.
it melanin.
You can talk
My
about
DNA
whatever
divine,
over
liquid
here.
gold, I'm rich. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Believing I'm a U.S. citizen is propaganda. Had to call a brother true to correct my status. We own churches, not LLCs, they can't tax us. The government and central banking, it's all collapsing. Instead of chasing bread, we run on the bank. They'll become insolvent, we bankrupt the bank. Consumers exercising power makes them afraid. The GOV works for us, we the people, man. The Iroquois Constitution is supreme law. First Babylon, now it's England and Rome's turn to fall. Put the Pope on notice, discovery, doctrine is false. At critical mass, Mother Nature gets restored. A green lantern lights my path,
Nobody
not a torch.
comes up, we
At the
gonna do
fork
some
in the road,
videos.
you gotta choose a course. Light codes
We
or
gonna
dark
do some
secrets, what do
videos.
you endorse?
Let
Me,
me know what
I
y'all
make you
think about
Darth
these
Vader, feel the
videos.
force. Yeah, I pray this resonates with your spirit. This is meant for everyone, not just the esoteric. Atomize it, dissect the message in my lyrics. I'm a god, how could I not love my appearance? My skin's divine, I love this melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist.
Appreciate your support. We going over here to my nigga Sanchez next, man. We going over here to my nigga Sanchez, man.
I'm just giving you my soul and heart. Never give you niggas my seat. Rosa Parks. We control the dark, nigga, don't provoke the sharks. We control the dark, nigga, don't provoke
Voodoo
the sharks.
child, you
What
next,
you hear
bro.
out of ways that something know is
Voodoo
art.
child, you
Throwing
next.
salt, you in
Way
the
too
game, but
far.
don't know your part. This come with no
Links
strings
in the
attached
chat.
like a broken
Anybody
heart.
can join.
It come with no
Anytime.
strings attached like a broken heart.
Anytime.
A lot of rappers ain't
Anybody
telling
can
the
join.
truth. You ask me, they punishment should be death in the booth. You ask me, they punishment should be death in the booth. Tech to the roof, silent killer dressed in a suit. Far as rappers, I only got respect for a few. How you a black leader, but you get your check from a Jew? I do me, you do what other niggas tell you to do. I do me, you do what other niggas tell you to do. And I'm sick like high chew, get blessed with a flu. For suppressing the truth, I put your neck in the noose. It's no debate, just real shit you can never dispute. It's no debate, just real shit you can never dispute. We infiltrating the rap game,
That's a good
applying
one.
force, shining light.
That's a good one, Rumham. Now I have it, man. I'm staying high than a motherfucker. I still haven't had a dream, man. You know, I don't know if it's a dream or a nightmare. Shout out to Rumham. That's a good one. We was talking about dreaming on the last stream, and you know, either I don't dream or I can't remember my dreams. But yeah, it's any topic, man. That's a good one, Rum. Much love, Rumham Solo. Flat motherfucker power. That's a good one. Let's go.
Set fire to a dying torch. They stuff animals compared to an iron horse. Stuffed animals compared to an iron horse. I'm on the path, no deviation. In the Rego with 3 Jamaicans. I burn grass for alleviation. Cause life's shorter than abbreviations. Life's shorter than abbreviations. Young prophet, engineer with the art. I kick knowledge through the ear to the heart. I kick knowledge through the ear to the heart, then I rip them apart and disappear in the dark. This make me feel like back in the days, immaculate ways. See my pain like the back of a slave. See my pain like the back of a slave. If hip hop is dead, this is Lazarus' grave. The load heavy, had to carry my cross. Drown myself in liquor, let it stagger my walk. Drown myself in liquor, let it stagger my walk. And wake up the next day trying to establish my thoughts. This a rhythm for the rejects. This is all game, no recess. Just a target and a reflex. Switch your dumpers and D-Tech. 763 parabellum for your defense. You already know the team I'm on. We up in this bitch smelling like weed cologne. They shook me like Cleo. Read my palms. They shook me like Cleo. Read my palms. Listen, homie, I'm a renegade. Where I'm from, the gun's longer than the interstate. Niggas hungry, don't end up on a dinner plate. Niggas hungry, don't end up on a dinner plate. Twisting weed in the Bible page. My lyrics hit your chest like a rifle blaze. Test the waters, get hit by a tidal wave. Test the waters, get hit by a tidal wave. Mad villain, beat 'em like bad children. See through niggas like glass ceilings. See through niggas like glass ceilings. They wait when your ass slipping in, caps peeling. Never slipping, I'm peeping they activity. When I react as a fact, I blast instantly. Now who the fuck tryna be black history? Now who the fuck tryna be black history? Just another cantation from the plantation. From yours truly to the whole damn nation. I'm running out of goddamn patience. My rhyme book's a warpad, leads to rampages.
Much love and respect, just another Geechee, Grand Rising. Power to the motherfucking people. Hopefully you and the family is good. Always love and respect. Just another Geechee. Appreciate y'all support, man. That's why I do it, for people like all of y'all, man. Keep me going. Like I said, we going to my nigga Voodoo Child next. Way too motherfucking far, man. They done went way too motherfucking far, man. Let's go.
Cause you hustling with these grams, man, I know it's all cap. All of my fists with their fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. I'm on the scene with them 2, 2, 3s and edit the job. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. Be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, it's like a parade. Drum sound and you ducking and hiding, oh, better cover your face. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising, never chillin'. Cluckers still paying dealers, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gon' have it. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling, rapping shit, make the niggas say what he said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing. Trying to get this shit.
Shout out my nigga Voodoo Child, man.
Way too far.
Way too motherfucking far.
Bump your brakes, partner.
Going over here to my nigga Job Bricks, man. Integrate. We don't integrate over here, man. Just saying, that's just me. The way I feel. Shout out my nigga Job Bricks,
man. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner date. I ain't buying all that bro shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate.
Nope. I stand 10 toes down.
Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different kick. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same.
How's another black man, your op? That shit is wild, man. You know, us going against us is mind-blowing, man. Us hating us is mind-blowing. Like I said, I ain't scared of none of y'all niggas, man. Care how bad you is. Y'all don't scare me. I grew up around y'all. All I know is y'all. All I love is y'all. So how can another black man or woman be a op, man? Make that make sense. Shout out,
it makes sense when the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Every since a youngin'.
Let me rewind that back.
Another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going.
Hiya, black man,
damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the kick. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, grind, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets. Sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef.
Big facts.
For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. We ain't tryna integrate with none of y'all. Autonomy over equality.
Economy over equality. We gotta run that back. Shout out my nigga Job Bricks, man. Like I said, I stand 10 toes down on this integrate shit.
Get her, man. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different cake. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep
trying to make sure my people straight.
Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit, dog, you been a fake. Took her on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coupe. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, grind, feed your family, nigga, fuck the streets. Sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit, dog, you been a fake. Took her on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. We ain't tryna integrate with none of y'all.
With none of y'all. Shout out my nigga Job Bricks, man. We going over here to my man Dre Cobb, Ghetto Boy, next, man. Hopefully everybody having a good weekend. The link's in the chat.
All of your young life you've seen such misery and pain. The world is a cruel place and it ain't gonna change. All of your young life you've seen such misery and pain. The world is a cruel place and it ain't gonna change.
Yo, I think I seen this before. The ghetto boy, they call him the more. He came with the cure. Tap into the earth, it's yours. You come from everything that's pure. America the beautiful, but my people the poor. Prisoner of war, 40 knock them out as Dior. The refugee trying to settle the score. Chicago cold winters. Yeah, my father died in December. He used to drink MGD. I remember after he was gone, I got a temper. I'm running hot, check my temperature. I go hard, I'ma try to dismantle you. A little black boy who grew to shine like the sun. I'ma resurrect and become the infinite one. I only just begun. I'm homegrown like common sense. But some of y'all not rhyming with sense. The current situation is beyond intense. How many have to die at their expense? I'm not fucking with Harris. I'm not rocking with Pence. Does it even matter? We still on some ghetto shit. Black fist in the air on some rebel shit. We've been through the fire. How much hot can hell get? George Floyd will never forget.
We going over here to the wild Indians next. We going over here to the wild Indians. And we reviewing some videos.
Big business is big enterprise. United States committing genocide. On the news, it's been another homicide. Shooter's been identified. White male with a gun and a badge. So I'ma say this shit direct. They come in our hoods with all disrespect. Cause everybody black is a suspect. Community we got to protect. We fight for the respect. Black power, it's time to resurrect. All that self-hatred we gotta correct. I guess we forgot we the architects. I'ma be the Grim Reaper when it's time to collect. Because you don't make enough for a tax cut. So take what we give you and keep your mouth shut. That's what happened when a man is giving no hope. Soldier dope might as well give you the rope. They got the nerve to tell you get out and vote when the system is broke. But that's how the game go. They circle you and X you out like tic-tac-toe. Give me what you want so we can take more. But you know how it is in the ghetto. The block ain't sunny, but the sunshine in the ghetto, in every ghetto, yeah.
That's crazy.
When you become a man, you can make things change.
We're gonna play a couple more songs. Anybody can jump, man. Anybody can do it. Wild Indians next, man. Them Wild Indians next.
Yeah. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian.
Shout out all my wild Indians, man.
Ain't really Indian,
I'm definitely one.
I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat.
Real
let's
grown
make a
man
baby.
vibe. You already know it.
And
kid,
another
right?
one.
You already
Then
know
I'm
it.
back to the trap, I'm trying double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die about our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we bought a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Yo, ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
This how I wake up every morning. I wake up every morning on some other shit. Just because I feel like being on some other shit. Shout out my nigga Dane.
This for them niggas in the bleachers, looking down on us as reality would have it. You can see that they beneath us. They calling us the cleanest, cause any dirt between us have me show up at your crib with some bags and the sweepers. Heard that bullshit you was rapping. Let me tell you how it happened. I played it for my niggas and them niggas started laughing. I was trying to defend you. Son, I'm being honest, but them niggas is convincing. Son, that shit was straight garbage. I'm fire all over the earth. Go ahead and tell a friend. You watered down niggas should really stay in your element. They used to be ahead of me. Now I'm in a lane they can never be. Really on a level they could never reach. I be flipping on some other shit. And right now, I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in this 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across some money. Nigga, this AK. I brought the Holy boys, like kids showing they gifts, niggas up in they toys. I'm from a place where people make, suffer, enjoy. This hell really exists, niggas stuck in the void. All of this hate, nigga, I don't know where to start, but jealousy is the reason niggas falling apart. You want beef, let's have a cookout. My bail getting took out. Misery's a house that you niggas getting put out. Think you bulletproof, let's see if playing tough really works.
Make sure everybody
get
sub up
rid
to
of
everybody.
you nigga, tell me do they hurt? Say the word, and this shit it get done with a smirk. Ain't no second thought, I don't give a fuck in the first.
You won't get another chance. I need another motherfucking chance. don't give a fuck. I said I don't give a fuck. 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 I don't give a fuck.
And I say, I be flipping on some other shit.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in his 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across a money glitch.
And if you like the music, please sub up to the artist. It's free promo over here, man. If you got something you want me to promote, email me, come on the panel. Let's promote.
Make it hot. Yeah.
Promote your business,
I
your
know what
channel,
this is, man.
whatever. Shout out to the network. You know what we do over here. We network.
Straight class.
That's it.
Network shit. We in here.
There you go, that
Let's
network shit. Yeah. Make it hot.
Yeah. Yo. When the Henny's in the system, you know Dre fuck 'em, never kiss 'em. I just go deep in 'em, and she throw it back. Any trouble, she gon' get the strap. Like you know me, homie, I'm Goldie. Yo ho chose me, you know how my flow be. Cause when I step out the booth, I make her hot. She take her bra off when she giving top. Pull me in close when I hit the spot. Game like Curry, I don't miss a shot. You niggas round here buying BBLs, shopping sprees to Bloomingdale's. While I got 'em in the kitchen making stuff pasta shells. I know you like this real shit, got you under a spell. Let them other niggas buy you Chanel. Let them other niggas try to lock you like you under the jail. While I'm overseas eating lobster tail. Homie, that's not your girl.
Bibble.
She for the streets. I bust in, I throw up the beats. Make it hot.
Shout out my nigga Greedy. Talk your talk, business. Network life. They call me the network.
Yeah. Make it hot.
Yeah. The flow caliente, give respect as the sensei. One who never changed like a template. Coolest when the wind break. Known to sip the juice from fresh fruits. Connected with the vines and the roots. You swines and some goose. Folios blind to the truths. Living with your minds in the noose. It's time to be loose. Get out them egos and out them deep holes. Keeping it a single with the zeros. Chiefing on some pre-rolls of Zaza. Guava from out the Baja. Infused vodka. Feeling la-la. Shouts to Big Papa on the hook. Systematical crook. I'm never shook. Should write a book. I'm realist. Never speak low with my folks. That's how I build with it. Give and take all of the smoke. That's how I deal with it. I heal with them as we seek to be whole. Can't let nothing stop us when we reach for our goals.
I was riding around getting it, best life living it. Money got a bunch of niggas jealous cause I'm spending it. Shorty said the bedroom, put her in that predicament. So I said the head is for your mouth, put my dick in it. Now this is for the music, time for me to get it back. All you gotta do is vibe with it if you feeling that. The scope help me spot y'all before I let it shot off. And with it, I'ma paint the landscape like Bob Ross is gonna do the talking for me. And it'll hurt something, fire popping out with the shells. I'm trying to burn something. 3rd degrees all in your face, niggas will learn something. Fire get followed by bullets and that deserves running. YouTube got you doing the most. Niggas celebrate death, lifting up with the toast. Mind souffle, ain't much giving you hope. As time get delayed, it's kinda like we switching the coast.
We going over here to my nigga Threads 3000. America.
There's 3,000. That man. Look. America, 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 America,
Links in the chat, in the top. Everybody can marry. I got a couple hours. Let's go.
America to marry, America to marry, America to marry, America. America to marry. Treating me like you cheating on me. I got an SSC and they leeching on me. They leeching on me. They done went under the bleachers on me. All you wanna do is tax me. You ain't even really ask me. Ain't no full disclosure. Made me feel like it's over. We ain't break up, no closure. We ain't get no domestic. Is you foreign or domestic? Respect it or you can check it. I care about this country. I care about this country, but this country ain't got no love for me. It's treating me all monkey. On the boat is how they got here. And just look around, it's a lot here. They really put down the plot here, but they birthrights, it's not here. I'm from the soil, copper colored. I ain't black, no crude oil. Thinking about this two-door. America, 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 America to marry, 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 America to marry. How'd you claim you a Democrat if it's two Republicans for which you stand? I ain't voting for nan one. One for them can't get these hands. One nation under God. What God they talking about? What nation they talking about? Overseas is all they talking about. Aborigines need the funds here. Our youth trying to have fun here. Inflation stay on the rise here. Everyone in disguise here. New laws a surprise here. Everyone get to hide here. That's right, everyone get to hide here. Remember, it was just you and us before colonizing. We was doing us, no third.
My brother Rumham Solo said the Asian countries just dropped 6.3 billion on US bonds on the market and they're keeping it hush. That's some good information, Rumham. Much love and respect, man. You know, they've been saying that the Chinese is slowly trying to take over America and basically control the government, control the resources. I definitely agree with that. Shout out my brother, Big Chief All American. Much love and respect always, brother. I met that brother in real life, not on no internet, in real life. Shout out my nigga, Big Chief All American, and shout out the sponsor, my nigga, Chris Cyphers in the motherfucking house. Day one sponsor. You know, it's always love and respect, my brother. Always. Grand rising. Power to the motherfucking people. What's good, Chris? Much love, brother. You already know, man. Good seeing you. As always, love and respect, brother. How you doing this morning, man? Break those loops.
You already know I gotta come through with the year. What's happening, family? You good,
Everything
Brody?
good. Everything good, man. Been
Hey,
falling back, chilling. Life is good. The family good. Everything good, man.
man, shout out to the family. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Um, I'm going through some shit at the moment. Um, People don't know. I
Hold
lost.
on, good brother. Hold on, man.
All right, but
Yeah, I was just tapping in, you know what I mean? I came back. I took about a month off streaming. I
yeah,
came back with the
see that.
farming meeting. And then I came back a couple days ago and I just said, you know, I'm do at least 2 or 3 streams and tap in with the family, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I did the same thing a few weeks ago. Was tapping in. I'm gonna go live
Third
too.
parties, the two of us never.
One of these days. Um, Now I recently lost my cousin, so I've been like dealing with that.
My condolences, my brother. My condolences, man.
I appreciate it. Um, but I seen you like I don't know, I always get your notification. So when I seen you go live, and I know you haven't been live in a minute, I was like, nah, let me come through, let me see what's happening, family. Let me tap in, see what's happening.
Hey, I
So
appreciate you, brother. You already know, man. Yeah,
I'm
like I said, I've been a pool hall junkie. I found my passion for pool again. So, every day, I'm retired, so I do what I want to do. So every day I wake up, I go to the pool hall, spend at least 6 to 8 hours practicing, fellowship and meeting people. They love me there, man. People respect me there. So You know what I mean? And I love shooting pool, so that's part of my everyday routine. Now I go to the pool hall, get my practice in, and hang out a little bit, get out of the house for a minute,
Right,
let the family have their time. But other
right.
than that, everything good, man. Like I said, I just took some time off, and needed a break from YouTube. I got a little frustrated, and I don't like getting frustrated. You know what I mean?
It happens, you know what I'm saying? And now that's like pretty much, man, to be honest, that's what everything, man. Sometimes you just need a break and you need to be in your own space to, gather your thoughts. We critical thinkers, you know what I'm saying? So people who don't think critical, they stay distracted. And we don't stay distracted, and so that's the best thing about us, you know what I'm saying? So that's pivotal and at this moment, because you need to take that time to yourself, and you need to regenerate or regather whatever you need to do at that point. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. Shout out to Drake Cobbs, cuz you already know what's up, family. And thank
Yeah.
you for everybody, holding me down with everything. Dre Light in the
And,
building. I feel you. Salute.
and my brother, like I said, my much love to my wife. My condolences. She just lost a grandmother, a uncle, and who else? A grandmother and an uncle, and then her godmother. That's the third one.
Oh,
So I've been going through that, supporting her for like the last month and a half. You know what I mean?
mhm.
And that's a part of life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Death.
it is.
You know what I mean? So, I've been going through that, but mainly, like I said, just taking a break from YouTube. It's still supporting main channels I support, but taking a break, man, logging off.
Right. You gotta log off, man. You can't stay logged in, because you stay logged in, that means you plugged in the matrix 24/7. You don't want to be plugged in the matrix so 24/7. You need to unplug and be you. You know what I'm saying? So like Don, that's great. I salute you. Already know I salute to that. Because we do need our time for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? For our family and the people we actually need to be there for too. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, we taking on all these energies daily, like daily. Even when you taking a step out the house and you just walking around, you taking in energies daily. So it's like, if you cool with that, you cool with that. But like nowadays, you need your rest. You need to get away from that. You need to hold on. Let me hibernate my folks, my family. If you got a home with a family, yes, you do need to do that at times. So no, that's needed, and you doing right as not just a father or man, as a husband. You being there for your wife. That I commend that. Salute to that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
My wife and daughter, mainly my wife. Yeah, shout out to my brother, D. Allen Warren. They one sponsor, man. Much love and respect, you and the family. Flat motherfucking power, always.
Salute,
Like I said, I'm
salute.
wanted to review a couple videos. My sister sent me this video, right?
Hmm.
Shit off the hook. Give me shit off the hook. I listened to it, and this shit blew my mind, man. It just basically this preacher. And hold, let me bring it up. Let me bring it up real quick. Basically, this preacher uh went to this church. I guess this church was struggling, so they brought in a new preacher. And basically he was preaching, how, God, wanted you to give. And basically, I guess the congregation wasn't giving enough. He locked the doors, started shooting up the church, and
Whoa.
basically tried to burn the church down, man. My sister sent me this about 3 days ago, man. She told me, look at this, man.
That's
And I
crazy.
looked at it, I was like, God damn. But yeah, that's the story. pastor locks doors, then set fire to church, killing everyone. But yeah, let's listen to this story, man, real quick. And let me know if you want me to pause it, Chris.
All right, bet.
All right, let me make sure I'm sharing audio. Share it again. I sent it to a couple people, for them to review it, look at it. But the shit was wild, man.
You robbed from the Lord,
Shout out to
and now
everybody
he's
now,
taking it
man. We
back.
doing some video
That's what
reviews.
Pastor Raymond Bell
Shout out
said
my brother.
just before
Open the
locking the
knowledge.
church
Much
doors
love
and pulling a
respect, man.
shotgun from behind the pulpit. Mount Olive Baptist was supposed to be a place of peace. Families gathered every Sunday, dressed in their best, singing hymns, bowing their heads.
That shit's still
But for
going on
months,
my Bluetooth. Give me one.
I think it was cool because I heard the audio and everything too.
Oh, you heard it? Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. Let me try it again because I ain't hear shit on my end. And you even a little low. I think I gotta unhook my Bluetooth. Let me make sure. Yes.
months, their pastor had been watching, counting, judging. He wasn't focused on souls, he was tracking every dollar. And when the congregation didn't give enough, he didn't pray, he punished. Sister Jolene saw the warning signs, his obsession with donations, the sermons that turned into threats, the private list he kept in a locked drawer labeled faithless. But no one expected what happened that Sunday morning. A sermon turned slaughter, a locked sanctuary, and a fire that would consume more than just wooden pews. This is the story of a man who preached prosperity, but delivered death instead. Welcome to Crime Corner. Subscribe and hit the bell icon for more stories. Pastor Raymond Bell didn't always stand out. In fact, there was a time when he was just another face in the crowd, quiet, polite, the kind of man who held the door open at the gas station and smiled at strangers in the grocery store.
What's good, troops?
But all of that changed when he took the pulpit at Mount Olive Baptist Church in Montgomery.
Hey, shout out to Troop Zone. What's good, man? I see you out there. Grand Rising.
Salute, you're.
But yeah, let's listen.
Montgomery, Alabama. He arrived when the church was struggling. The old pastor had retired, the choir had lost its energy, and the pews sat half empty most Sundays. Folks were tired. Life was hard. Bills were stacking up, and faith for many had started to feel more like a memory than a lifeline. But then came Pastor Bell with a booming voice and a fire in his eyes. From the very first Sunday, people listened, really listened. His sermons weren't soft or full of stories that made you feel warm inside. They were bold, sharp. Every message focused on one thing, giving. Not just giving time or kindness, but giving money. Tithes bring blessings, he preached. If you want God to move in your life, you must move first. People nodded. At first it made sense. He tied every sermon to scripture, pointing out how obedience brought favor and how holding back led to loss. He didn't scream or pound the pulpit in rage. Instead, he spoke with a confidence that made you sit up straighter. There was power in his tone, like he wasn't just preaching, but warning. And people responded. Attendance climbed. Offerings increased. The church, once fading, now felt alive again. Sunday mornings were filled with music, clapping, and the deep rhythm of Pastor Bell's voice echoing off the stained glass windows. Members left services feeling stirred, some inspired, others guilty, but all convinced that if they just gave enough, believed enough, they'd be blessed. Pastor Bell's style was different from what most had seen before. He didn't preach much about forgiveness or grace. His sermons were about sacrifice, rules, and consequences. He reminded the congregation that God didn't bless laziness, that those who didn't give were closing the door on their own miracles, that a stingy heart was a cursed heart. As weeks turned into months, his reputation spread beyond the church walls. Folks in the community, even those who didn't attend Mount Olive, began talking about the preacher who tells it like it is. Some called him strong, others whispered that he was a little too intense, but nobody denied that Pastor Bell had brought life back to a church that had been on its last breath. He started wearing crisp, well-fitted suits. At first it was subtle, a new tie here, a shiny pair of shoes there, but soon it became clear Pastor Bell was doing well. He drove a spotless black Escalade. His wife stopped shopping at the local discount store and started showing up to service in designer dresses and gold bracelets. Still, nobody asked questions. After all, the church was growing. The building got a fresh coat of paint. New speakers were installed. And the message stayed the same. Give, and you will be blessed. But if you listened closely, there was something changing beneath the surface. The sermons grew heavier. The joy that once filled the room was now replaced with pressure. Pastor Bell didn't smile as much anymore. His eyes scanned the room with a quiet intensity, as if he wasn't just preaching to save souls, but to sort them. He'd pause during his sermons and look directly at certain members, usually when he spoke about greed or disobedience. Some said it was like he knew who gave what, that he could feel it. And when he'd end his sermon with, "Let us give as the Lord commands," people rushed to the offering plate, some out of faith, others out of fear. Still, no one challenged him. How could they? The church had never looked better. The music was loud. The pews were full. The donation boxes overflowed. And Pastor Bell, standing tall at the pulpit, was the reason why. But those closest to him, his assistant, a few longtime deacons, maybe even his wife, could sense the shift. What had started as strong leadership was slowly hardening into something else. Less about saving souls, more about control. Less about serving God, more about being served. Yet every Sunday people came, some hoping for a miracle, some chasing blessings, others just afraid to miss a message that might be meant for them. And every Sunday, Pastor Bell's voice echoed through the sanctuary, louder.
What you say, good brother?
I said OTK in the building. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, shout out my brother OTK, man.
That it well, why you have a pause? This is crazy because I know, like, I'm not saying like this is not this is a good thing. I accept it. I support it. No, I'm not saying any of that. But however, it's crazy how when one of us are in the highlight of a crime, it's supposed to be submitted to the whole world. But when these priests, these Catholic priests, have been fucking kids for years, what?
Basically how they kept it quiet. You know what I mean? Kept it out of the media. Kept it out of the people,
Mm-hmm.
psyche.
Right.
Go ahead,
I
bro.
Yeah, I just hate how now, like, we're the symbolism as wrongdoings in churches. We already we know about it. We know about all what's going on and a lot of things that's going on behind closed doors. But it's like, no, let's set those priests on fires that's still fucking with y'all kids. That's y'all putting in Sunday school in the Catholic Church. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, shout out Just Nature. Much love and respect, sister. Hopefully you're having a beautiful day. Just Nature, my sister. Make sure everybody sub up to everybody too. Yeah.
Salute, sis.
But yeah, man. My sister sent me this a couple days ago. I was listening to it at the pool hall. Said next time I go live, make sure I let the people hear this, man.
I mean, because it's crazy. Because
We've been
like,
talking about it for years, man. The corruption of the church,
right.
how it ain't not about nothing but dollars, what he sucking the resources out of the community.
Mm-hmm. And
And God allowing this shit.
right. And I think this is a whole nother Diddy situation because first of all, we may be enforcers within the church, but we don't enforce the rules or control the church. So are we just gonna point this man out because things was done in the dark? Because if things was done in the dark, then there's a hierarchy that was covering it or making sure it wasn't there until it benefited them. So who's over this guy in the church because you knew who you was hiring and you was putting in place for this
Mhm.
for this position. So who hired him? Who put him in this place to do this when they knew this was going on?
Yeah.
Because if he's gonna go down, all of them need to go down. Point blank. Don't use us for clout. Because that's what that's what this is now. It's immediate clout at this point. Crazy.
Yeah, Monty Gator was good. Much love and respect, brother.
Salute, salute.
Let's listen.
Sharper, more urgent than the week before. The man who once spoke of faith now preached about fire, not the kind that warmed, but the kind that scorched, the kind that judged. And no one could see just how close that fire really was. At first, no one thought much of it. A better suit here, a new wristwatch there. Small changes that made sense for a growing church. Pastor Bell was doing well, and so was Mount Olive Baptist. The building looked fresh, the choir had never sounded better, and more people showed up every Sunday. So when the pastor traded in his old sedan for a brand new black Escalade with tinted windows, no one said a word. Most just smiled and nodded. God is blessing him, they'd say. He deserves it. But as time passed, things started to feel different. The sermons that used to be about faith and hope slowly became more like instructions, step-by-step guides on how to get rich through giving. Pastor Bell no longer spoke about patience, love, or grace. Instead, he preached that the size of your blessing depended on the size of your tithe. $10 brought a little breakthrough. 100. Now you were showing real faith. And if you truly trusted God, you'd empty your wallet without a second thought. His messages always circled back to money. You get what you give, he reminded the congregation week after week. If your prayers weren't being answered, maybe your check hadn't cleared. If your child was sick, maybe you hadn't been generous enough. People started feeling guilty, like,
damn, that's some cold-blooded shit, man. That he
I
doing
mean,
to people.
I mean,
Your kid gets sick because you ain't tied to God. God, go ahead, man.
Right. I'm just saying he's playing the same game these motherfuckers have been playing. So is it wrong from like a humane standpoint? Yeah. The man's in the system, just like the system is doing us. And he hustling.
He hustling hard.
He hustling hard. And the crazy thing is it's it's probably working for him to the point where they was feeling some type of they was feeling some type of way. And I'm not saying, and I'm not saying, I'm not condoning to what he doing and saying that it's right. It's no, no, no. Of course, no. It's a bad thing. However, we are in the system and we know this system. He just flipped and was like, "All right, well, fuck it. Y'all gonna hustle me? Cool. I see people that being hustled and they still following this bullshit. All right, so let me hustle them." I mean, isn't that what every hustler doing? Even drug dealers, ain't that what they doing? It's the same shit they doing. Not even just that. Let's take it from drug dealers. Business, corporation. Isn't corporations doing that? These motherfuckers will spend $1 million on a commercial to get back $5 to $8 million. What's the difference? This is the hustle game. So now he's being highlighted from hustling in church, and now how the video is making him look like he hustled his own people. I'm like, don't shut this man down from playing y'all
My
game
biggest
just like
thing,
y'all
Chris,
play.
is God is allowing this shit. You know what I mean? This invisible
Yeah.
creator is allowing this shit.
Allowing it, yeah.
I ain't really talking about the corporation, but I'm talking about like, God needs money,
Right, right.
and that's the message that they've been pushing to our people and sucking the resources. Like I said, man, these churches is $1 billion business. Just imagine
Yes, sir.
if we got rid of the churches.
How much money we would have.
We can clean up our own neighborhood with the
Yes,
money that they
sir.
taking out of the communities, man, and been doing for years. That's
Sir.
like I said. I'm glad my sister sent me this story for me to listen to.
Right.
Because I want to reiterate on what we've been saying
We've
for
been
years.
saying,
The
yeah.
corruption of the church, man.
Mhm. It doesn't matter what side you on, their side or who you are. Once there's
And
corruption, there's corruption.
they seen the church that was, people had stopped supporting basically. So they brought someone in new to suck the resources out of the community and to keep our people lost with this religion.
Mhm.
But, links in the chat, man. Like I said, I just wanted my sister saying I wanted the people to hear this shit, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The
It's
people,
link, family.
and then like to unalive the whole church, man. That's wow.
It is.
That's
No, I
wow,
definitely
man.
agree, bro. It's wild as fuck.
He pulled out a shotgun, locked the motherfucking doors,
Right.
and burnt the motherfucker down.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And like I said, my sister sent it to me. I was like, damn, I gotta review this with the people. Let them hear this shit if they didn't hear it. Because it was, I think, 7 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's listen to some more.
All right.
They had to give more just to stay right with God. Some church members,
They
mostly
had to
older folks who'd been around a
give
long time,
more to stay
started
right with
whispering
God.
among themselves. They remembered when the church
God
was
need
about
money.
community, about helping each other through hard times. Now it felt more like a business, but no one dared to bring their concerns to Pastor
That's all
Bell.
churches, though.
Exactly. It's a business.
It's a business, and that's all churches. This is like that. It is. This is not the first church that. This is the first church that this happened and it burned down. Like the ending made this everything. But however, the start and the midpoint of just getting the money, hustling the people, this has been going on for the longest. Let's not act like this is the first time this has been happening just because everything burned down or
And
he
the
killed the
point I'm
people.
trying to, is that it's a business.
It's a business,
It's
yeah.
not real. Religion is not real. It's a business. Is the point
Business.
I'm trying to reiterate on in with this, to show that we always been right.
Right.
They get the 501s. They get the tax credits from the
Mhm.
government. The government controls
Mhm.
what they do and say.
Yep.
And basically that it's a business is the point I just want to make to the people. That's all. But this
Okay.
shit mind blowing, man. Shit mind blowing.
That's crazy.
Shout out to my brother JJ, the enlightened one. Much love and respect to you and the
What
family.
up, JJ?
Jackie Brown, much love, my sister Jackie Brown in the house.
Blue Empress. You're
But yeah, let's listen to some more, man. Let me rewind that back about 10 seconds. Starting
yeah.
to feel like a what? A business. Let's go.
Business. It's been the
Knew the
business.
exact amounts people dropped in the offering plate. Fear started to settle in. Families who were barely scraping by still gave, afraid not to. Mothers with unpaid bills handed over their last cash, hoping God would notice. And while the congregation struggled to keep up, Pastor Bell's lifestyle kept rising. Custom suits, designer shoes, fresh haircuts every week. His house sat in a gated community on the edge of town, surrounded by trimmed hedges and guarded by a tall metal fence. No one was ever invited over. Inside the church, the atmosphere had changed. The joy that once filled the sanctuary was now replaced by tension. Members didn't just come to worship, they came to keep up appearances. You could feel it in the way people dressed, the way they watched one another during offering time. Giving wasn't just between a person and God anymore. It was part of their reputation. And Pastor Bell watched it all. From his raised platform behind the pulpit, he looked out over the congregation with steady eyes. He had the look of a man who knew more than he let on. He'd pause sometimes mid-sermon, scanning the room slowly, and you could almost feel hearts racing, as if people were being weighed and judged right there in their seats. Behind his words was a message he never had to say out loud. God knows if you've given, and so do I. The church staff didn't say much. The deacons went along with whatever Pastor Bell decided, and his assistant, Sister Jolene, kept to herself. She was quiet, always writing something in her notebook, always close by his side. Some thought she was his right hand. Others wondered if she was scared too. What no one could deny was that Mount Olive had changed. It still had the music, the lights, the packed pews, but it had lost something too, something quieter, harder to name. Maybe it was trust. Maybe it was peace. Either way, it was gone. People came and went with smiles, but they left heavy. The ones who gave the most got more attention. A nod from the pulpit, a mention during announcements.
Hit that
It
link.
wasn't about love anymore. It was about loyalty, and loyalty came with a price. Week by week, Pastor Bell's words hit harder. His eyes burned deeper, and the line between faith and fear started to blur. Yet still, they came. Still, they gave, hoping it was enough, hoping he wouldn't notice if it wasn't. And above it all, the pastor stood proud, cloaked in red silk, seated high above the rest, believing perhaps that he had become more than a messenger. Maybe he believed he had become the message itself. Tucked behind Pastor Bell's office was a small storage room that most people never noticed. The walls were plain, the light bulb dim, and the door locked with a heavy brass padlock. It didn't look like much, just another closet full of old church files, maybe leftover hymnals or cleaning supplies. But inside that room was the one thing Pastor Bell trusted more than scripture. A tall metal cabinet stood against the back wall, its drawers stuffed with thick manila folders, each one labeled with a name. There wasn't a single member of Mount Olive Baptist Church who didn't have a file. Newcomers, regulars, even those who only visited on Easter, they were all there. The folders weren't just for keeping records. Inside each one were notes about how often a person tithed, how much they gave, and what days they gave it on. There were charts and lists, some printed, others scribbled by hand. And next to each name was a color.
To me.
Green meant faithful. These were the givers who never missed a week. The ones who gave even when they had no job. The ones Pastor Bell held up as examples during sermons without ever saying their names. Yellow meant cautious. These were the folks who gave sometimes, but not always. Maybe they missed a month. Maybe their amounts weren't consistent. Pastor Bell kept a close eye on them. He called them watch list believers in the margins of his notes. Red meant stingy. That was the word he wrote over and over in all caps, underlined. These were the ones he believed were blocking the church's blessings. The ones who listened to his sermons but didn't follow through. The ones who, in his mind, had turned their backs not just on him, but on God. No one in the church knew about the system. Not the deacons, not the choir members, not even the church treasurer. Only Sister Jolene, his quiet and careful assistant, had ever seen inside the cabinet. She helped organize the folders when they got too full, and sometimes she'd highlight certain names if Pastor Bell asked her to. But she never spoke a word about it to anyone. She just nodded and did what she was told, her lips pressed tight, her eyes low. What troubled her most wasn't the list itself. It was how often Pastor Bell studied it. He'd stand over the open drawers late into the night, flipping through pages, running his fingers across the names like he was reading their hearts. He memorized who gave when, how much, and what they drove to church in. Some days he seemed more interested in the ledger than in the people themselves. He said it helped him pray better, that knowing their giving habits helped him guide them spiritually. But Sister Jolene wasn't so sure. The cabinet stayed locked, but the influence of what was inside reached far beyond that small room. It shaped sermons, it shifted relationships. It drew an invisible line through the congregation. Those who gave and those who didn't. And Pastor Bell never forgot which side each person stood on. Sister Jolene had always been the quiet one in the church office. She wasn't the kind to gossip or speak out of turn. Most people only noticed her when she handed out bulletins or typed up the announcements for Sunday service. But behind that calm face was a mind that noticed everything. She had been working alongside Pastor Bell for years. She typed his sermon notes, organized his schedule, and kept the donation slips filed away.
She was his
He knew his moods
stenographer.
better than anyone. In the early days, he had been warm, strict, but kind. He'd laugh with the children, shake hands with every member after service, and stop to pray with anyone who asked. But lately, things had shifted. It wasn't one big moment. It was small things creeping in like slow-moving shadows. He used to hum gospel songs while working in his office. Now there was silence. except for the sound of pencil tips scraping against paper or the low mumble of him talking to himself. At first, Jolene brushed it off. Everyone gets tired. Everyone has bad days. But it didn't stop. His sermons grew heavier. His eyes stayed fixed on people longer. When members missed a Sunday, he didn't ask if they were sick or
Can you
needed
pause
help.
it real quick?
He'd just scribble something down in his notebook and share.
Go ahead, bro.
Dixon, was you saying something?
Oh shit, I ain't have my soul on my. You talking about me? Yeah, shit,
Yeah.
I'm Dixon.
What's good, Ray? Like, what's good,
What's
bro?
up? What's
Yeah,
up?
now it sounded like you was talking, so I was like, was you
No,
trying to say?
I was sitting here having thoughts going through my mind, talking about how these people fleecing everybody and just basically mind control to put that wood in your ass to take advantage of you. And it was I was talking to myself. I really wasn't. I didn't know I wasn't muted. I apologize. I didn't know I wasn't muted. It just
You
be
ain't gotta
frustrating.
apologize, bro. You said to put
It
that
just be
wood in your.
frustrating though.
It's
Like
all
seeing how
good,
these.
Ray. Like, my bro. I didn't even hear you. Chris got good ears. Huh? I
Yeah,
didn't hear
nah,
you.
I be
bro
getting
was saying
frustrated,
something. I was
man.
like, what is he saying?
No, I be getting frustrated, man, because like I see this and like I was growing up, I was 9 years old, and
Uh-huh.
and he little preacher was talking about, yeah, you gonna grow up, you gonna be a preacher. No, I'm
Right.
not, cause I be listening to y'all preachers, and I'm 9, and I go ask y'all questions, and y'all don't have no answers. Y'all be
Yeah.
like, well, the best thing to do is just don't never question God. It just the answer is God did it. Why would you want to try to understand? Just know that if you question God, you're gonna burn in hell. Well, that sounds like some straight BS. That sounds like some stuff I would never sign up for. And
Right.
then like people in my family was Masons and all that and stuff, and they was like, "You want to join?" No,
Uh-uh.
no, I don't want to join. No, I'm good. No, I don't want to join. Then the same people that asked me, "Do you want to join, become a Mason?" And I told them no. Then they started calling me talking about, you really intelligent, ain't you?" Duh, that's why I ain't with you. Yeah, y'all want somebody to come in there that can think for themselves, because you can use the person that can think to to try to control other people that like do what they do. They try to get a person that can think past their BS,
Mm.
and then they can use you to get the people that can see through their BS. So okay, now people starting to see our BS. Now let's go find some more people that can think a little bit further so we can get some control back. Because people starting to see this is bullshit. So we got to go find some people that can see it and then figure out how they think so we can keep controlling people because people is getting more intelligent. Because we got to keep our finger on the people that can really see through stuff. Because once we start losing those people, then we can't control everybody. The money stop, the control stop, all that stop. Because all we really want is control, and we really just want to promote ourselves up to be like we somebody special. And what make us special is we like a tick on your neck.
All right. But it's crazy because, bro, that's actually what's been happening longer since I've been living. You know what I'm saying? It's like, let's get these motherfuckers to let's convert these motherfuckers.
But when you can see it though, you can't unsee it. Like once you
Can't
see
see
that,
it.
nobody, if your mama got down with it, your daddy got down with it, your uncle got down, whoever got down with it,
But
you
not love
still
like
not gonna be
but
like,
that's the
I'm
that's
okay with
that's
it.
the that's the
You're
thing
not
though.
gonna be like, I'm okay with it. You're not.
But
They
look,
can't they can't make you do it.
right. But the thing is where they implant or they put they root in was they put it in our homes. So now your grandparents is giving you this bullshit. And your parents is giving you this bullshit. So as children, you look for the guidance of your parents, right? And when your parents is telling you, "Oh God, do this, da da da," so you're gonna fall into the church.
No,
If
you ain't. They gonna
there,
call
if
you a
no, no,
snake.
I'm just saying, because it's a cycle thing that this is what they've been doing. So like, if what I'm saying is like, okay, if you have parents or grandparents great grandparents that was part of the church, they're gonna try to get you in the church. See what
I
I'm
had
saying?
all this, and they was
Right.
like,
It's not the point of if you're gonna fall for it then or now. The point is they're going to get you in the church because you're a child. You're a
yeah,
child at this point. You can't make decisions for yourself. So they have the decision for you. No, get dressed. You're
Head.
gonna go to the Sunday service. You see what I'm saying?
right.
So when that happens, that's
Mind control too.
a cycle that they started within our homes because they if they can get the great grandparents to fall for it, then the great grandparents is going to get the grandparents to fall for it, and if the grandparents fall for it, then they're going to get the parents to fall for it, then the parents going to fall for it, then the kids is going to fall for it. You see how it trumbles down
I
because
understand what you're saying, but all
if you
mine,
keep
no, like even me and you, like
right
for to say how me and you thinking, like how we talking right now, they
right.
gonna call you rebellious. I was like
Right.
that at 9. At 9 years old, I was
Oh, me
like,
too. Me
this
too.
don't add up. I'm
Yes,
like, this
sir.
Yeah,
stuff
same
you
here.
talking about. When I ask you a serious
Same
question,
here.
your answer is just let God take control of your mind. This
Right.
God I ain't never met,
Let
I
God
don't
take
know
it with him.
nothing about. I don't. I was always a white
Hey,
person.
hey,
Like when I grew up, I
hey,
was
Dre,
always
like
my
real
favorite
quick,
thing was
brother,
white.
real quick. Mic check.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hold y'all thoughts, man. We got my brother Voodoo Child. I want to play some more of
Voodoo.
this video.
What's
What's up, bro?
happening,
How y'all
family?
doing today?
You
Always
good,
Yeah.
brother?
excited.
Grand Rise.
Always excited to be invited to intellectual meetup, my man.
Family, what's happening,
Always.
Voodoo?
Much
It's been a
love, brother.
minute.
You already know, brother.
Oh yeah, negotiating the bullshit, bro.
You know,
Speak on it. Speak on
you
it.
know, I just
Speak
wanted to
on it.
play some more of this video, you know, and let the people hear this bullshit. Cause like y'all spot on, but you know what I mean? It's like I want this shit to sink in. Cause what y'all said was excellent points of how we got into this shit, man. You know, and it's like my brother Chris Cyphers always say, we gotta break them loops. We broke those loops, but it's fucking 88% of the people that's still in those loops, that's still believing in this bullshit, that's
Facts.
93%.
still allowing this bullshit. Like you said, is mind control. If you don't give to this so-called God, you're not going to get blessed. And the only thing that's happening is the corporation is getting richer and the preachers are getting richer. And the poor, people is getting poor and believing in aliens, believing in this, you know, this God, you know, God needs money, man. This shit
Man,
is wild. So it's like,
Elijah Muhammad said the mothership coming back to save us.
ain't no fucking mothership coming back to
Yeah.
save us.
Hey,
You
Hey,
a
hey,
lying
fuck
man.
that
motherfucker,
mother.
man.
Whatever that
Well,
mothership is coming, hey, come and do what the fuck you need to
it ain't
motherfucking
coming, man.
goddamn. No, it's not even that. Whatever they think that's happening, come on and do
Aliens
that.
ain't coming.
Come
God ain't coming back.
yeah,
Nada.
come
It's an
Y'all
come.
know I'm being
imaginary
facetious.
character that don't exist.
That's why I say come on and do that
I
because
got you.
now because check this out. Now when we accept it and we say come on and do that and it don't happen, now these niggas are still looking stupid.
I'm being facetious. Y'all know
Well,
that.
you got you. Well, we got to take into consideration that these people have been looking stupid so long. They are primed to look stupid. They don't. That looking stupid to
Right.
them. They got the default answer for that. Well, it wasn't in God's time. You know what I'm saying? You
Hmm.
know
It's
they
they
gonna.
truth. It's they truth.
But real quick,
Right.
everybody take a deep breath. I want to play some more of the video, and then we're gonna tap in. Let me play about 5 or 10 more minutes to let the people hear this shit, cause this shit is mind blowing, man.
But
And shout out my sister for sending me this shit, man.
yeah, salute the sis.
Just salute the sis. Right, real talk.
Jolene once walked in to find him staring at the donation list for over an hour, his jaw clenched tight, lips moving without sound.
Motherfucker was
What truly
pissed.
started to bother her, though, were the things he'd
Y'all ain't
say when
giving
he thought
enough,
no one was
niggas.
listening. Late one afternoon, while she was organizing folders in the hallway, she heard him in his office sharpening pencils. It wasn't just the sound that caught her attention. It was his voice, low and bitter, saying, "They rob from the Lord and expect mercy?" She froze. Jolene had never heard him talk like that before. It wasn't preaching. It wasn't even frustration. It sounded like anger that had been brewing for a long time.
Hey, shout out my
She
brother
stepped away
Epic
quietly,
in the
not
building.
wanting him to know she had heard. After that day, she paid
Salute
closer
Epic.
attention.
And got my
His
brother the
Bible,
enemy
once filled
public
with bookmarks about love and
on the
grace,
platform.
now
Grand
stayed open
Rising,
to
my brother,
verses
much love,
about
enemy
punishment
public.
and
You already
judgment.
know. Voodoo
He
gang.
stopped smiling after service.
Enemy public,
He stopped
salute.
praying with folks unless they handed over an offering envelope first. Jolene's worry grew heavier with each passing week. She knew something was off. She saw the way he stared at the congregation, like he wasn't looking at people anymore, but at numbers. She wanted to believe it was just stress. Maybe the failed fundraiser had hit him
He wasn't
hard.
looking at people
Maybe he
no
just
more.
needed time.
They were numbers
Still, the
to
feeling
him.
in her stomach wouldn't leave. One Thursday evening, after choir practice ended, Jolene quietly pulled the choir director aside. She kept her voice low, glancing over her shoulder as she spoke. "Something's not right," she said. "He's not himself anymore." The choir director chuckled and waved it off. "You know Pastor Bell. He's always been intense." Jolene didn't press the issue. She nodded and stepped back, but the unease stayed with her. The next day, when she returned to the church office, she noticed Pastor Bell had locked his study door. That had never happened before. Inside, she heard movement, heavy footsteps, pages flipping, drawers opening and closing. She knocked once just to check in, but he didn't answer. That night, she lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. She thought about the list in the cabinet, the red folders, the way his voice had turned cold. She thought about the sharp smell of oil he'd started keeping in the office, the way he paced the sanctuary when no one was watching. No one believed her, but Jolene knew, deep down, that the man behind the pulpit was changing, and not for the better. The idea had come straight from the pulpit. Pastor Bell stood tall one Sunday morning and told the congregation that God had laid a vision on his heart. An expansion project that would take Mount Olive Baptist to the next level. A brand new wing for youth programs, more classrooms for Bible study, a bigger fellowship hall, and even a coffee bar in the lobby. He spoke about it like it was already built, painting pictures with his words of what the church could become. People clapped. They nodded. Some even stood up and shouted, "Amen." It sounded exciting. The church had been growing and space was tight. A new building seemed like the natural next step. Pastor Bell called it a seed of faith moment, where every family was expected to give towards something bigger than themselves. He set the goal at $100,000. It was a big number, but he said it with confidence. He told the church they'd reach it within a month if everyone gave from the heart. Every Sunday that followed, the offering plate made an extra round just for the building fund. Envelopes were labeled expansion. Thermometers were drawn on poster boards showing the progress. Pastor Bell kept reminding everyone that this was their chance to show God they were serious. But as the weeks passed, it became clear.
Real quick, basically what it says on the screen: Pastor locks door, set fire to church, killing everybody.
Just write that check out the guide and see who cash it. Write that check out the guide, see who cash it.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I was just explaining that to my brother TJ in the chat,
TJ,
man.
yeah.
And why I'm reviewing this video. It basically shows how the church is nothing but a business and how it's sucking the resources out of our community. And how it's mind control over the people. And we've been exposing this for years. It shouldn't be nothing new.
Yeah.
But, like I said, I wanted to bring this. My sister brought this to my attention, and I wanted to bring it to the people attention.
OG, but
Confirm
we
what we've all been saying for years.
OG, but we heathens, we uncivilized. We don't want to step in the God.
So that's the reason I'm showing it, my brother TJ. To show the corruption of the
We in
church
sin.
and how it's mind control over the people and how it's nothing but a business.
These
people gotta let the Lord.
Anything that had to deal with a fake fiat money
You see
currency.
what they got on the goddamn screen?
Anything that had to deal with fake fiat money currency is business.
Now this man, the preacher, real quick, the preacher, the part we talking about now is where he's saying he want to expand the church and want to give the people to give more so they can build a bigger church to keep the people coming in to keep the money coming in
But God got all
and
the power.
expand their
He
business.
can't. God can't send you
And how God
100,000.
is allowing it and he's pushing it. If you don't give, you ain't getting no blessings. But
I'm saying, but
that's
God got all the
why I'm
power.
showing
He
this
can't send
video. I just
100,000.
wanted to explain that to my brother TJ in the chat.
God can't send 100,000. Make sure the church be right.
Well,
No,
brother, I think we're
he can't.
exploring
He
this the
can't.
wrong way.
He could because is. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
With God having all these other religions, all these other theologies, and the Bible alone being changed over 300 times, sometimes God forget, man. Don't be so hard on him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, he got a lot going on right now.
He got a lot going on.
Give God praise.
7 billion people need you to feed you, bro.
Like I said, it's an imaginary character that don't exist, and the corporation is using it to suck the resources out of the people. That's what I stand on. That's what
You got
my
7 billion children.
research
You need
have
to feed
shown.
them.
God got a
It's an
lot
7 billion
going
motherfuckers
imaginary
on.
lose.
character
God,
that don't
God,
exist.
God got a lot
It
going
Amen.
only
on.
exists
He
in
worrying
the
about.
New
common people.
wars,
He worrying about dishing money
volcanoes,
out. He worrying about dishing money
tsunamis,
out to this people. Wars.
starvation.
Starvation, exactly.
You
Governments, he
know,
making decisions on people if they
the
have enough
the
tissue to wipe
the
their
the,
ass, or
the gay
like
guys
it's
fighting for the rights to use
right,
their booties the
yeah.
wrong way. You know, there's a lot of shit
There's a
going
lot
on
of
in the
shit
world
going
right
on.
now.
You're right.
Don't
You're
be
right.
so hard on
We
this
gotta be
guy,
more
man.
considerate. We
I mean,
gotta
give
think
him some
about
credit.
God. You're right. You're right.
He,
We gotta think about God.
Things
He got a
weren't
lot
going as
hey,
going on.
then you
planned.
know
By
he a
the
little
end of the month,
petty
the
and he a
total
little
raise was
vengeful.
just over $11,000. The thermometer posters stopped being updated. The excitement faded, and Pastor Bell's mood changed with it. He didn't explode in anger, not right away. But the signs were there. The next Bible study was short and sharp. He didn't ask for prayer requests. He didn't laugh at Brother Jenkins' usual jokes. Instead, he paced back and forth at the front of the room, flipping his Bible with a heavy hand. He told the group that some people in the church were
Hey, shout out to sponsor, executive session. Much love, my brother, to you and the family. We
Yeah,
got to
he
get
is in the
together, me, you,
building.
and Christian do that stream. I'm going to call you later, man.
Yeah.
I took a little break. I'm back. Shout out to the sponsor, executive session in the motherfucking house. Much love, brother.
Yep. I'll be linking
Only
up with bro in a
$100.
little bit.
Only $100. God said make it 1,000 next time, like Umar Johnson.
Right.
Uma.
What y'all got it, baby? We'll take a little. Y'all can.
Hold,
Y'all
hold, hold on real quick, bro. Let
can.
Enemy Public say something because he's been in here for
Yeah,
a
shout
minute.
out to Enemies Public. I
What's
forgot he
happening,
came
big
on. I'm
bro?
smoking this good ganja over there. You got it, Enemies Public. How you feel this morning, brother?
Peace. Chris, what you
Peace.
doing up this early, brother?
Man, hey, the family woke me up.
That's Chris talking.
Yeah. The family woke me up and me, you know what I'm saying? You know, hey, like you said, you enemy's public, right? So I gotta be the enemy of the public too.
Indeed.
You're
But I
Well,
think I
this,
sent you this
this
video, Enemies Public, to review, man.
oh, did you? Okay, I gotta check it out then. Well, what I'm seeing is crazy, bro.
Yes, sir.
He locked the people in the church and set it on fire. Ah, he said they playing with God because they don't give him their money. Give from the heart. No, they're not giving from the heart. They're giving from the pocket.
Man, you don't get
Once
what?
again, I think you guys are looking at this wrong. The guy just wanted to show how, you know, when they threw the guy Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego into the furnace, and guy, you know, had the fire going, and they came out. He was just trying to prove to him that in the future, when we build this $100,000 an add-on, that it's not going to waste. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna make it a little hot in here, and if the faith is right, we're gonna do it, and everybody's gonna live. I think the faith was a little low that day, you know, maybe, you know. But, you know, we got to look at it, man. You know, faith is the evidence of shit that you can't see, don't make no
He said
sense, and
the
you ain't
goal
supposed to be
was.
believing.
He said
Man,
the goal was
y'all better
100
get this 20
grand.
grand on this air
If the
conditioner. It's
goal
gonna
was
be hot
100
in here.
grand, you
Man,
can't
y'all
do
better
all
get this
that with
20 grand on this air conditioner. It's gonna be hot up in this motherfucker. We need this 20 grand on this air conditioner next week. I just built another $100,000 extension in this damn church. Man, y'all better come over with this 20 grand or goddamn the devil finna burn this bitch up.
Hey, but now check
Stop
this out.
being
Check this
fake.
out.
What's
Check this
crazy?
out.
What's
Check this
crazy
out. Check
is
this out. Check this
you
out. Check
can't
this
do
out.
none of that with 100 grand that they mentioned.
Right. But check this out. Check this out. I don't even think it's that. Let's go a little bit deeper, but simpler. Isn't anybody that robbing or hustling from you is trying to get the quick money out of you, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. So why it won't be a quick little situation for them? They're trying to make it a quick situation, and then after they get what they want, don't they burn rubber,
The
run,
evidence.
split, buy, get the fuck out of here, bam, bam, bam.
Right on.
Man, y'all want the
There
AC
you,
up now.
there you go.
Y'all want the
What I
AC up.
think really angered the man that the people didn't fall for his scheme, and he don't got no control over him, and that really angered him because his gig was up. Because there's no way. First, you can't do all what he mentioned with $100 grand.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
However, he did get congratulated with a car. So he was getting something out of it. So the man was rewarded. That's why I'm like, right. But look, check this out. When you're getting rewarded, there's no sum that's gonna top anything. When you're getting rewarded, you're gonna just
Hey Chris, he was more than getting rewarded.
You're gonna push. Yeah, right.
They said he updated his suits.
Right, and you're gonna push, and you're gonna push.
Started wearing designer
but
dresses.
Hold on,
My
no,
wife is a
you're gonna
designer store right now. She is a designer store. My wife is now. The Lord.
But y'all got let Chris talk, everybody.
Yeah,
but
when you hustling, you gonna push for more after you got what you gotten out of it. Right now, check this out. Now the thing is, now what we have to remember is this is still not his operation. He's still under the concordance of somebody who's controlling him. So he's getting what he's getting out of it until it needs to be seized or stopped. So that person gonna be like, all right, you good, bam, bam. Now I need you to do what you need to do. That's when the fire came in. The fire had nothing to do with he wasn't getting what he was already getting what he needed to get. He changed his suits, he changed his attire, he changed his vehicles, he changed his whole way of living. He already got what he needed to get. He was already rewarded. He's not the prime suspect. He's just articulating it. He's like the teacher that's teaching new students over here how to speak English. That's
the
it.
Lord didn't bless him.
They go. He's a small fry.
Exactly.
That's all.
Exactly. Going from cussing the church out, the congregation out over a watch, to burning up the congregation. Because just a few years ago, a pastor cussed the congregation out because they didn't get him a Movado.
That's true.
Now
I remember that.
Burning churches down and shit. People up in the damn church.
What Joe Osteen told you when that flood came?
How you make it to church on time if you ain't got the right watch? How you know when to call for the offering? You need
that
to
when the
know
Lord
these
gave a
things,
vision,
man.
ignoring
It's
it was
getting
the
hot
same
here.
as turning your
You
back
need the
on
best
him.
watch for that, right?
His
Brother,
voice
you
grew
need the best
tighter.
watch.
His hands gripped the podium harder.
Not
and
a
the
guess
room
watch.
stayed still. After that night, something in him seemed to shut down. Pastor Bell stopped shaking hands after service like he used to. No more kind words at the door. No more stopping to ask about someone's mother in the hospital or their child's graduation. He started walking straight from the pulpit to his office without a glance at anyone. Smiles disappeared from the sanctuary. Not just his, but everyone's. People noticed the chill in the air, the way the joyful noise was gone, even though the choir kept singing. Attendance dipped slightly. Some folks whispered about the fundraiser, saying maybe the church had aimed too high. Others said maybe people just didn't have the money. But no one said anything to Pastor Bell. He didn't mention the failed goal directly. Not from the pulpit, but he didn't need to. His sermons shifted. He spoke more often about obedience, about not testing God, about how some people invite hardship into their lives by holding back what belongs to the Lord. There was no official end to the fundraiser. The posters were taken down quietly one morning before service. The announcement stopped. The offering envelopes went back to normal, but the memory of it lingered like a weight pressing down on everyone. To Pastor Bell, it wasn't just about the money. It was about trust, about loyalty, about how he had asked for something holy and got handed leftovers. And that sense of betrayal, real or imagined, was something he couldn't let go of. From that point on, the warmth in Mount Olive started to fade, and the man who once called himself a shepherd began looking at his flock a little differently. The sun rose soft and golden that Sunday morning, shining down on the tall white steeple of Mount Olive Baptist Church. From the outside, everything looked as it always did, quiet, peaceful, calm. Cars filled the parking lot one by one, the way they always had. Families stepped out, holding hands, adjusting ties, smoothing out dresses. Some carried Bibles. Others carried coffee cups. Everyone was dressed in their Sunday best. There was no reason to expect anything strange. People entered through the front doors, greeting one another with nods and soft smiles. The usual laughter and light chatter filled the air as they made their way to the pews. But something small was off. The ushers, who were always the first to greet, always standing near the front with bulletins and warm smiles, were nowhere in sight. Still, no one said anything. Maybe they were late. Maybe they were setting up something in the back. People shrugged it off and kept moving. The sanctuary lights were dimmed slightly, and the music was softer than usual, playing slow organ notes that gave the room a heavy, almost sleepy feeling. Sister Jolene stood near the side, just as she always did, holding her hymnal close. But her hands weren't still. They trembled slightly, her knuckles white as she gripped the book tighter than necessary. She had seen something on her way in, something most others hadn't noticed. The large wooden double doors at the front entrance, the main way in and out of the sanctuary, had something new about them. Heavy chains, thick and silver, wrapped tightly around the handles and fastened with a large lock. The kind of chains you'd expect to see on a gate, not on church doors. Someone had tried to hide them behind the curtains, but they were still visible if you looked closely. Jolene had paused when she saw them. Her heart skipped and her stomach turned, but she didn't say a word. She just walked quietly to her spot and waited. Inside the sanctuary, folks continued to settle in. Some fanned themselves with church programs. Others flipped through hymnals or whispered softly with their neighbors. There was a strange stillness in the air, like something was missing, but no one could name what. The usual sounds before service, the laughs, the rustling, the footsteps of latecomers, felt distant that day. Everything seemed a little too quiet, a little too still. People started to notice other small things. The side doors were closed and locked. The hallway lights near the restrooms were off. The nursery room door was shut tight when it was normally left open for the little ones to come and go freely. And the pulpit, which normally sat bare until the moment Pastor Bell stepped up to preach, had a dark cloth draped over it, like it was hiding something. The choir hadn't assembled either. More and more the little things began to stack up, but no one stood up. No one walked out. It was as if everyone had silently agreed to keep pretending things were normal. Maybe they didn't want to be rude. Maybe they didn't want to believe anything was wrong. After all, it was Sunday. They were in God's house. Sister Jolene remained frozen in her spot. Her eyes stayed fixed on the pulpit. She didn't sing along with the soft music. She didn't flip through her hymnal. She didn't even blink much. She knew something wasn't right. She could feel it in her bones. But fear has a way of holding people still. Minutes passed. Then all at once, the lights dimmed further. The music stopped, and silence fell over the room like a blanket. Everyone turned toward the pulpit, waiting for the man they had followed for years to take the stage again. Sister Jolene lowered her hymnal slowly, the trembling in her hands now spreading to her chest. She had stayed silent, but in that moment, deep down, she wished she hadn't. The sanctuary had never felt so quiet, the kind of quiet that made your ears ring. Every eye in the room was locked on the pulpit, waiting for Pastor Bell. Some were smiling, some whispering, but most just watched, curious, maybe even uneasy, without knowing why. And then he appeared. Pastor Bell walked out from the side hallway, not in his usual dark suit and polished shoes, but in a long, bright red robe that flowed down to his ankles. It shimmered under the soft lights like fire, and for a moment, the entire congregation just stared. He'd never worn anything like it before. People glanced at each other, puzzled. Some thought maybe it was a special Sunday he hadn't announced. Others figured it had something to do with the fundraiser or a new message series. But no one said anything. They just watched as he climbed the steps to the pulpit, his face calm but unreadable. There was no music, no welcome, no prayer to open the service. Just the sound of his shoes tapping the floor and the slow rustling of robes as he turned to face the crowd. He opened his Bible. The pages turned slower than usual. His fingers hovered over the paper, then landed on a chapter that sent a chill down a few spines. Malachi, a book not often preached from, and certainly not the part he chose. He began to read aloud. It was a passage about robbing God, about how a nation turns away from the Lord by holding back their tithes and offerings, about the curse that follows when people refuse to give what belongs to Him. His voice echoed through the sanctuary, not loud, not angry, but with a tone so sharp it could cut glass. He spoke with precision, each word placed carefully, almost like he was speaking directly to each heart in the room.
Anybody want to tap in before I play some more?
Y'all get y'all lottery tickets and be blessed. I mean, pay y'all tithes. Pay y'all tithes.
Damn shepherd turned into a damn German shepherd.
Y'all robbing from God, man. Do y'all know how much them prostitutes cost that guy got to pay for? And y'all want to take money out his hand the way he can't buy that ass. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all better get in the Lord's name.
All right, damn. It's amazing.
Robbing from God, from his God-given money that man made that comes straight from God. And then he needs you to give it back to him because he all powerful. Don't that make sense?
No, you got to pay for the sun, man, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water.
All right, let's listen to some more. I got y'all. Shit, wow.
At first, people nodded along. After all, it was a Bible verse. Nothing new. Pastor Bell had spoken about giving many times before, but something felt different now. The way he read it, the way he looked over the top of his Bible at certain people, the way his voice didn't rise and fall like it used to. It just built slowly, like pressure under a lid. Some in the front rows started shifting in their seats. A woman pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. A man looked toward the side doors and realized they were shut. Children grew restless. A baby cried, but Pastor Bell didn't flinch. He kept reading, his eyes scanning the room between lines. As he closed the Bible, a heavy pause filled the room. He didn't smile. He didn't joke like he sometimes did. He just looked out at the crowd, his expression unreadable, like he was deciding something in that very moment. More than a few people were uncomfortable now. They whispered behind their hands, unsure if this was still a sermon or something else entirely. But others told themselves it was just passion, just the way Pastor Bell got when he was really in the spirit. After all, hadn't he always preached strong messages? Hadn't he always said the truth wasn't supposed to make you feel comfortable? But for those watching closely, for those who noticed the robe, the locked doors, the missing ushers, there was something in the air they couldn't ignore. Something was coming. They just didn't know what. Halfway through the sermon, Pastor Bell stopped speaking. He stood there silently for a few seconds, then gently closed his Bible and placed it on the pulpit with both hands. The room, already quiet, seemed to grow even more still. Not a cough, not a whisper. Just the sound of the ceiling fan spinning above, slicing the heavy air. He stepped back slightly, looked out across the rows of pews, and let out a slow breath. His eyes scanned the faces, men, women, children, people who had sat before him for years, who had listened to his sermons, clapped at his words, and dropped folded bills into offering plates. Then he said it, not in a yell, not with fire, just a steady voice that floated through the air like a cold wind. I gave you years to get it right, but today the Lord said the reckoning must come. Some gasped, others just sat there, stunned, unsure of what they were hearing. Was this still part of the message? A dramatic illustration? A metaphor? But those questions vanished when he stepped away from the pulpit, walked behind the altar, and returned holding something no one expected to see in a house of worship, a sawed-off shotgun. He held it low at his side, his grip firm but calm, as if it were just another item from the church office. That's when the fear truly began. The first sound was a scream, sharp, panicked, and high-pitched, from somewhere near the back. Then came another, and another, as a wave of confusion swept through the sanctuary. People jumped to their feet, knocking over hymnals and purses, eyes wide with disbelief. The sight of the gun in Pastor Bell's hand shattered any thought that this was still a sermon. A rush of bodies surged toward the exit doors. Mothers grabbed their children. Older members clung to the pews for balance. Friends pulled on each other's sleeves, shouting to run. But when they reached the doors, they found what only a few had noticed earlier: thick metal chains wrapped around the handles, held tight by heavy locks. They were trapped. Panic turned into full-blown chaos. Voices clashed, feet pounded the floor, people pushed and stumbled over each other in the frenzy to get away from the pulpit. The sanctuary, once a place of worship and peace, now felt like a cage with no escape. And then, the thunderclap. Pastor Bell raised the shotgun and fired into the air. The sound echoed off the high ceilings, silencing the crowd in an instant. People dropped to the floor, some screaming, others frozen in place. The smell of gunpowder filled the room. Dust rained down from the rafters. A child began to cry, a soft, broken sound against the thick silence that followed. Pastor Bell didn't shout. He didn't wave the weapon wildly. He simply looked down at the people crouched and scattered before him and said in a voice low and steady, "Sit down and listen like you should have years ago." Some obeyed right away, slowly sinking back into their seats. Others dropped to their knees where they stood, shaking. A few fainted under the weight of fear, collapsing into the arms of those nearby. It no longer felt like a church. It felt like judgment. The sanctuary was so still, it felt like time had stopped. The only sound was the ticking of the old wall clock near the choir stand and the heavy breathing of those too afraid to move. Pastor Bell stood calm and still, gripping the shotgun with one hand, holding a folded sheet of paper in the other. He looked down at it for a moment, then slowly unfolded it. The paper was crisp, freshly printed, with names typed in bold. It wasn't just a list. It was a judgment sheet. He cleared his throat and took a single step forward, his voice steady as ever. He began to read. One name after another echoed through the sanctuary, names of people sitting right there in the pews. As each one was called, the room seemed to shrink around them. They weren't just names. They were members, friends, neighbors, folks who had been part of the church for years. But Pastor Bell wasn't calling them out for praise. "You haven't tithed since 2019, he said, looking directly at an older man in the front pew. The man blinked, stunned. His hands trembled as he clutched his Bible tighter. People turned and stared, unsure whether to move, speak, or stay still. Then came the next name, and the next. Each one was followed by a charge: missed offerings, small donations, half-hearted giving. It was clear now what the list was. It matched the rumors some had brushed off for years. The color-coded system, the files, the strange looks from the pulpit. This was the red tier, the condemned. A woman near the middle row whispered something under her breath and rose to her feet, her face pale. She stepped into the aisle, clutching her purse as if she were preparing to run. Pastor Bell's eyes caught hers. He said nothing, but his grip on the shotgun shifted. The message was clear. Don't. Two young men, both in their early 20s, exchanged glances from the back row. One of
man, how they using this mind control to control the people and shit. And how, these churches is nothing but billion-dollar businesses. Ain't none of that shit real.
them stepped into the aisle, trying to move quietly. The other followed. A third man further down leaned forward, trying to signal them with his hand to stay put. But before any of them could reach the front, Pastor Bell raised the gun again and fired. The blast ripped through the silence and struck the church organ, sending wood splinters and metal pipes flying. The sound of the broken instrument crashing down sent a wave of screams across the room. No one had been hit, but the message had landed. He didn't need to say anything more. People dropped to the floor again, some crying, others whispering prayers under their breath. Children clung to their parents. Grandmothers hugged grandkids close. A man near the back was trying to hold his wife steady. She had gone limp in his arms, unable to stay upright. Up front, Pastor Bell lowered the gun again, breathing a little heavier now but still composed. He looked back down at the list and kept reading. Each name landed like a stone. People started to realize the pattern. It wasn't about who came to church the most, or who volunteered, or who brought food to the sick. It was about money, about tithes, about who had given and who hadn't. Even those who thought they were safe began to worry. Had they skipped a few weeks? Had they forgotten to fill an envelope?
And JJ, that's the point I want to reiterate how, these churches is nothing but billion-dollar businesses sucking the resources out of our community. And like I said, shout out to my sister for sending me this video. Always love, sis. Appreciate you. You know what I mean? And that's the point. I'm just trying to reiterate with, this video, man. But yeah, this shit wild, crazy.
Would their name be
Like you
next?
said, how they mind
Some
controlling
cried
the people
openly
with
now,
this guy.
not from guilt, but from fear.
Nothing but business.
Sister Jolene stood frozen near the wall, her mind spinning. She had seen the lists. She had filed the records. She knew about the color
Y'all
codes,
niggas ain't
but she
giving
never
enough.
imagined it would come to
Goddamn it.
this.
The Lord
She wanted to
trying
move,
kill ya.
to scream,
Shit
to do
wild,
something,
man.
but her legs wouldn't listen. Pastor Bell's voice carried on, like a slow and steady drum beat, delivering his twisted version of justice one name at a time. And all around him, the church that once sang with joy and prayer now echoed with silence, fear, and the steady crackle of splinters where music once played. While the congregation sat frozen in fear, Sister Jolene slipped quietly out of sight. She had been standing along the wall near the pulpit, just beneath the cross, when Pastor Bell started reading the names. Her heart pounded harder with each one. The list was real, the colors were real, and now the consequences were real too. She didn't wait to see if her name would be called. She knew she had to move before things got worse. Clutching her hymnal to keep her hands from shaking, she stepped sideways, slow, careful, quiet, into the small door just behind the choir stand. It led to the baptismal area, tucked behind the main stage. Most people never paid attention to it. She shut the door gently behind her and pressed her back against the wall, breathing hard. Everything was muffled now. She could still hear Pastor Bell's voice faintly through the walls, but it was distant, like a storm far off. The hallway was narrow and dark. Only a small flickering bulb lit the path ahead. The air smelled damp and dusty, like old wood and forgotten hymn books. Jolene didn't waste time. She pulled out her phone, hands trembling, and typed quickly, "Emergency! Mount Olive, pastor armed, people trapped." She hit send and watched the message spin. Then her screen froze. No bars, no signal. She stared at the screen, praying it had gone through before the signal dropped completely. She turned and followed the hallway deeper into the back of the church. Every creak of the floorboards felt louder than thunder. At the end of the corridor was a narrow staircase that led down to the basement, a place used for storage and Sunday school supplies. Jolene had only been down there a few times, but she remembered one thing clearly: the utility door. It was old and rusted, but it led outside. A back exit. If she could get it open, people might have a chance. She reached the bottom of the stairs and turned the corner, eyes locking on the door across the room. Her footsteps echoed as she crossed over to it, slowly pulling out the key from her pocket, the one she'd used to check cleaning supplies just weeks before. She slid the key into the lock, then froze. Upstairs, the noise had stopped.
Let me pause. Go ahead, you got it. You want to say something? All right. Fair use, fair use.
The silence pressed down like a weight, and in that stillness, she realized the danger. One loud click could carry through the floorboards, straight to Bell's ears. If he heard her, if he thought people were escaping, he might turn on the rest of them even faster. Her fingers trembled over the key. She held her breath, listening. Nothing but the faint creak of wood overhead. Was he standing still, waiting? A dozen possibilities flashed through her mind. The door could stick and make noise. The outside might already be surrounded by fire. Or, worst of all, Bell could be right outside watching. Slowly, she pulled the key back out. Not yet. Not without a clear path. Not without knowing who or what was on the other side. For now, she would wait in the shadows and pray help would come. In the thick silence of the sanctuary, where fear clung to every corner like dust, a teenage boy named Marcus decided he couldn't wait any longer. He was just 16, sitting near the middle row with his mother when the first shot was fired. At first, he had frozen like everyone else. But as the minutes passed and the list of names grew longer, he knew he had to do something. His little sister sat trembling next to him. His mom clutched her hand, whispering prayers between shaky breaths. Marcus lowered himself slowly to the floor, using the pews as cover. He began to crawl, inch by inch, toward the far end of the sanctuary, behind the choir stand where a narrow hallway led to the side exit. It wasn't far, maybe 30 feet, but every inch felt like a mile. The wooden floor creaked beneath him, and he paused with every sound, heart pounding so hard he thought it might give him away. He was halfway there when he saw it, the door just ahead, framed by a small stained glass window. He moved faster, keeping his body low, hands flat against the floor. Then Pastor Bell stopped reading. He turned his head sharply toward the shadows behind the choir stand. His eyes narrowed. Marcus didn't see the movement. He only heard it. Another blast echoed through the sanctuary. A cry followed, sharp, young, full of pain. Marcus collapsed, clutching his shoulder. The scream that left his mouth ripped through the room like a siren, and the crowd gasped in unison. He had almost made it. Almost. The sanctuary trembled with tension. The smell of gunpowder still hung in the air, thick and bitter. The only movement came from those crouched low behind pews, shielding children, covering their mouths, praying they wouldn't be next. The sound of Marcus's cries still echoed faintly, growing weaker with each passing moment. At the front of the church, Pastor Bell moved with slow, deliberate steps. He reached for the wooden podium that had held his Bible for years, the same one he'd preached from every Sunday without fail. Without a word, he gripped its sides, dragged it forward, and slammed it down in the center aisle with a heavy crash. The thud rang out like a warning. It blocked the main path through the sanctuary. No one would be leaving that way. He stepped over it with calm precision, pacing the front of the church like a teacher before a disobedient classroom. He wasn't shouting. He didn't need to. Every word landed sharp and clear. "This is what obedience costs when you delay too long," he said, his voice low but certain. Then he reached beneath the pulpit and pulled out a small metal can, one nobody had noticed until now. He unscrewed the lid. The strong scent of oil filled the room, cutting through the air like vinegar. He walked along the first row, then the second, tipping the can as he moved, pouring the thick liquid across the wooden benches and floors. It soaked into the hymnals, ran down the carpet, and spread in uneven lines of glistening shine. Gasps rose, but no one dared speak. The congregation watched in stunned silence as Pastor Bell pulled a lighter from his pocket and flicked it once. A small flame danced at the tip, and with it, the room seemed to hold its breath. It was no longer a sermon. It was a warning, a message, a final act of control. The moment the lighter dropped, fire took hold like it had been waiting. A soft whoosh echoed through the sanctuary as the oil caught flame. It spread fast, too fast. The edges of the pews lit up like dry leaves, and in seconds, smoke began rising toward the ceiling. The thick, choking kind that burned your throat before you even realized it was there. Panic erupted again. People jumped to their feet, screaming, coughing, pushing toward the doors that still wouldn't open. The fire danced along the floor, crawling up hymnals, licking the base of the pulpit, and chasing the air like it had a mind of its own. Down in the basement, Sister Jolene heard the chaos begin to swell. The air was getting hotter, the smell of burning wood slipping under the door. She didn't hesitate. She rushed to the back utility door, shoved the key into the lock, and turned with all her strength. Click. The door swung open, and fresh air rushed in. She moved fast, heading up the steps to the Sunday school rooms, and gathering the children who'd been hiding quietly with one of the volunteers. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't panic. She simply whispered, "Come with me," and started guiding them one by one through the narrow basement hall toward the exit. Above, sirens finally filled the air, loud, sharp, and urgent. Neighbors had heard the screams. Someone had called for help. Help was on the way. But the flames were already inside. Outside, the flashing lights painted the street red and blue. Sirens wailed from every direction as police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances swarmed the front of Mount Olive Baptist Church. Neighbors lined the sidewalks in stunned silence, covering their mouths, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Smoke poured from the church's stained glass windows, darkening the morning sky. The sharp crackle of burning wood echoed through the walls. Inside, the sanctuary had become an oven. Flames chewed through the pews, climbed the walls, and licked the ceiling beams with hungry fingers. The air was thick with smoke, the kind that stung the eyes and seared the lungs. Most of the congregation had been let out or found their own way to safety through the basement and side corridors. Children cried in the arms of mothers. Some collapsed into the grass outside, coughing, their clothes soaked in sweat and ash. But Pastor Raymond Bell remained. He had locked the main sanctuary doors from the inside, barricading them with what furniture hadn't yet caught fire. No one could reach him now. Not the police, not the firefighters, not even Sister Jolene, who stood outside with tears in her eyes, staring at the building that once held years of Sunday mornings, weddings, baptisms, and hope. Inside, Pastor Bell knelt in front of the altar where he had preached forgiveness, the same altar where he had married couples, blessed babies, and wept with grieving families. Now it stood surrounded by smoke and flame, a ghost of what it once was. He held the shotgun across his lap, not in defense anymore, but in stillness. His lips moved slowly, whispering pieces of scripture, broken verses, half-finished prayers. Words about obedience, words about judgment, words about fire. His red robe was now stained with ash. His skin glistened with sweat, but he didn't move. Outside, officers took their positions, shields raised, weapons drawn. A negotiator used a loudspeaker to call out his name, asking him to surrender, asking him to come out peacefully. He didn't answer. The building groaned under the heat, the roof beginning to curl, the stained glass melting into warped patterns of color. Inside, Bell rocked gently on his knees. His voice grew louder, firmer, chanting now instead of whispering. He spoke of altars and sacrifices, of a God who sees, of sheep who had turned away from their shepherd. He called it betrayal. He called it disobedience. He said they had all been warned. He refused to come out. The smoke thickened, swirling around him like a storm. The pulpit burned to one side, collapsed in a hiss of sparks. The cross behind him glowed orange with heat. Still, he prayed. And then a single sound cut through the fire. One shot, just one. It echoed out from the sanctuary, hollow and sharp. Outside, the crowd gasped. Officers rushed in moments later, breaking down the side door with a battering ram. Firefighters poured in behind them with hoses, spraying down the entryway as smoke billowed outward in heavy clouds. They found Pastor Bell alone, still kneeling, the shotgun at his side, the red robe around him scorched and dark. He had made his choice. And just like that, the voice that once thundered across Montgomery every Sunday morning fell silent forever. When the flames were finally put out and the last body removed, the real work began. The shell of Mount Olive Baptist Church stood blackened and broken. The sanctuary, once filled with voices and music, was now silent except for the sound of boots crunching through ash and the steady clicks of cameras documenting the scene. Smoke still clung to the walls and pieces of the ceiling had collapsed onto the pews below. What hadn't burned was soaked through from the firefighters' hoses. But deep within the mess, inside the office, Pastor Bell had once called his private sanctuary. Investigators made discoveries that turned a tragedy into something far darker. The room behind his office, the one only Sister Jolene had dared enter, was still locked. When officers pried it open, they found the tall metal cabinet Jolene had described, scorched but intact. Inside were rows of manila folders, slightly warped from the heat but still legible. Each one labeled by hand, each one belonging to a member of the congregation. The files were filled with donation logs going back years, dates, dollar amounts, and margin notes marked in red, yellow, or green ink. But there was more. Tucked inside many of the folders were handwritten observations, some just a few lines, others pages long. One note read, Sister L gave $10 3 weeks straight. Owns 2 cars. Stingy heart. Another. Brother K clapped during offering but dropped nothing in the plate. Masked disobedience. It didn't stop there. In the bottom drawer, wrapped in plastic to protect them from moisture, were several documents marked private. These included printouts from online psychology sites, personality assessments, and scribbled profiles of various church members. Bell had written theories beside each name, things like manipulative tendencies, secret pride, and acts loyal but weak under pressure. It was as if he had spent years not just collecting money, but studying the people around him as if they were case files. The line between pastor and judge had long been crossed. Then they found the vision board. Pinned to a corkboard behind the door was a large poster, charred at the edges but still intact enough to read. At the top, written in bold marker, were the words Judgment Day. Beneath it were dozens of photos, church directory headshots, group pictures from fellowship events, even candid snapshots taken from within the sanctuary. Next to each face was a short note or phrase. Stiff-necked, thief in God's house, loyal, two-faced, may repent. There were lines drawn between faces, circles around some, red X's through others. This hadn't been a spontaneous act. It was planned, detailed, organized down to the last name. When investigators questioned Sister Jolene, she told them everything. She spoke with a shaky voice but clear memory, her hands folded in her lap. She explained how the donation record started, how the colors were assigned, and how Pastor Bell had begun to spend more time behind locked doors. She admitted she had helped organize the files but never knew how far he had taken it. She told them about the things he mumbled when no one was around, the way he stared too long at certain members, the way he paced during staff meetings and scratched through names in his notebook like crossing off a list. She said he started talking less about saving souls and more about cutting off the rot. And most chilling of all, she told them he had been preparing this for months. There had been no trigger, no single moment, just a slow, steady buildup of anger, paranoia, and control. A man who once preached about blessings had begun seeing everyone as either obedient or dangerous. The police took everything, his files, his notes, the vision board, the folders. Psychologists were brought in to study the writings, trying to understand how a trusted spiritual leader could fall so far. But to those who knew him, the answer was already clear. Pastor Bell hadn't just lost his way, he had built his own. And somewhere along the line, he stopped preaching about judgment and started delivering it himself. The fire had been put out, the smoke had cleared. But what lingered over Montgomery wasn't something water could wash away. It was the kind of wound a town carries in silence, long after the news crews packed up, long after the church doors were boarded shut. 9 lives were lost inside Mount Olive Baptist Church that Sunday. 15 more were left injured, some physically, others emotionally, but all of them scarred. The building was charred and broken, a hollow frame of what used to be the town's pride. It had stood for decades as a place of worship, weddings, baptisms, and community potlucks. Now it stood surrounded by yellow tape and ash. Pastor Raymond Bell was declared dead at the scene. A self-inflicted wound, the police said. He was found at the altar where he had once preached about grace and judgment, his red robe singed, the shotgun beside him still warm. There was no note, no last words, only silence broken by sirens and the steady drip of water from the scorched roof. For days,
yeah, like I said, I just wanted to get that story out to the people. And it's another story. What's good, Dre? Like, you got it, brother.
All right, man. He was just trying to say, like, you know, if you think you gonna rob more than me in God's name, what is my pistol in my lighter?
Yeah, this shit wild, man. You know, this next story right here, hold on. This next story I want to play too.
The neighborhood was used to sirens, flashlights, and windows, and boots kicking down doors. But one night, the police pushed too far. Get on the ground, old man, an officer barked as they shoved Marcus Lane to his floor, cuffing him in front of his screaming children. His medals clattered to the ground, a lifetime of service trampled under muddy boots. They thought he was just another face on the block. What they didn't know was that Marcus was no ordinary man. He was a decorated Army veteran, disciplined, trained, and hardened by wars they'd never survive. Within days, the balance of power shifted. A patrol car vanished overnight. Squad tires slashed in silence. A precinct rocked by explosions as officers scrambled for cover. The same police who once terrorized his neighborhood now cowered behind locked doors, hunted by the soldier they humiliated. This is the story of the military veteran who turned his training into the deadliest revenge against the police, who pushed him too far. Welcome to Crime Corner. Subscribe and hit the bell icon for more stories. In the city's black neighborhood, nightfall never comes with peace. When the sun dips, police cars begin their slow crawl, engines humming low as if daring residents to step outside. Spotlights sweep through the dark like search beams at a prison, cutting across bedrooms and living rooms, landing on walls where family photos hang. Children learn to flinch before they even understand why. To them, sirens don't signal protection, they signal danger, a reminder that their community is under constant watch. Elders, who remember better times or at least slower ones, do their best to
Could you imagine if the National Guard was also there and what they're trying to push on our people, man? Shit is crazy.
Don't
some
run.
normalcy.
We are
They
your
sweep up
friend.
broken glass after late-night confrontations, offer casseroles to grieving families, and trade badge numbers whispered
Like I
across
said, like I
porches
always say,
as
I'm
though
a veteran.
reciting a list
I'm
of
a
dangers.
disabled veteran.
Their
I served
resilience
this
is
country.
quiet but visible. It is the glue
A
that
lot of
holds
us
the
is
neighborhood
fed
through
up and
nights
tired.
when safety feels like a myth. For them, survival is not just endurance. It is endurance performed together, even when the system wants them isolated and afraid. Yet their collective strength does not erase the tension that chokes every block. Under the hum of squad car engines and the pop of radios, the message is clear. They treat us like enemies. The children grow into their fear as naturally as they grow into their clothes. They learn the difference between the short burst of sirens that means someone is being pulled over and the long, steady wail that means someone will not come home tonight. They memorize which alleys stay empty, which corners draw attention, and which routes are safer when streetlights fail. To be young here is to rehearse innocence, to practice keeping hands visible, eyes lowered, and movements predictable. Safety doesn't come from trust in authority.
This shit
It comes from
predictable.
performing harmlessness in front of authority,
Programming, the
a
shit we
survival
been saying
skill
for
embedded in
years.
muscle memory. By dawn, the block exhales but never relaxes. The streets show the night's residue. Curtains hastily straightened, foyers where people sat up late listening for footsteps, sidewalks swept clean of glass that no one admits was there. The neighborhood wakes as though nothing happened, because admitting otherwise would mean acknowledging that this isn't life but a siege. Official reports describe the area as a priority zone, a phrase polished for city memos and press briefings. But to those who live within it, priority means constant intrusion, permanent suspicion, and nights that stretch longer than they should. For years, the routine continues, heavy and unbroken. Patrol cars sit at intersections like watchtowers, their presence pinning the streets in place. Radios echo through the dark with clipped commands, engines idle in front of churches and corner stores, and children drift off to sleep under the hum of authority.
Thank you.
It is not safety that defines this place, but survival under constant surveillance. And though no one says it aloud, every family knows the truth. The police do not protect them, they patrol them. And in that knowledge, fear hardens into something sharper, something waiting. Marcus Lane kept his life quiet. In his late 40s, with hair cropped close and posture that still carried the imprint of years in uniform, he lived like a man who had learned discipline the hard way. His house sat mid-block, its front yard trimmed neatly every week, the hedges squared, the grass even, the flag on his front yard folded and raised with military precision. Neighbors knew him as reliable, steady, the kind of man who offered a nod across the fence and carried groceries for the elders without needing to be asked. On the surface, he looked like another working father in a neighborhood where appearances mattered less than survival. But inside his walls hung reminders that told a larger story. Commendation plaques, medals set in frames, and a folded American flag in a triangular case, polished so often it gleamed in the evening light. These weren't decorations, they were evidence. He had served, fought, and returned with scars that didn't show on skin, but lived behind his eyes. For those who lived beside him, Marcus was a symbol of what was possible. Proof that a man from this block could wear the uniform of the United States Army, defend a nation that rarely defended him, and come home with honor. He carried himself with calm authority, his presence a kind of reassurance to families battered by the nightly churn of sirens and spotlights. Children looked at him with curiosity, not fear. Elders spoke his name with respect, their voices quieter but warmer when they did. Marcus never asked for admiration, but it followed him all the same. Yet the respect of his neighbors meant little to the officers who circled the block. To them, Marcus was another black man behind another fence in another neighborhood they saw as dangerous. His yard's orderliness, his upright stance, even the military bearing he could not shake, it didn't matter. Squad cars slowed in front of his house the same way they slowed in front of everyone else's. Spotlights passed across his living room as though service and sacrifice were invisible. The fact that he had once worn their country's uniform didn't soften their gaze. To them, he was not a veteran. He was a suspect waiting to happen. Marcus had patience, though it was not endless. He had seen worse in war zones than he saw here, and he reminded himself of that when anger started to rise. Years in the Army had taught him endurance, the ability to wait, to measure, to breathe through insult and injustice. When police stared too long or muttered under their breath during traffic stops, he stayed silent. When squad cars idled in front of his driveway as if testing him, he looked away. He lived with restraint, not out of weakness, but because he believed patience was survival. On the block, Marcus remained a man of respect, the quiet veteran who asked for nothing and gave what he could. But inside, attention coiled tighter each day. He had fought wars for his country, lived by codes of honor, and returned to a neighborhood where that honor meant nothing. And though his patience kept him still, it was clear to anyone who looked close enough. One day, patience would no longer be enough. The raids rarely came with warning. They happened in the thick of night or in the bleary hours before dawn, when families were deepest in sleep and least prepared to defend themselves. Police would storm blocks with armored vans and heavy boots, rifles raised as though marching into enemy territory. Doors splintered beneath battering rams, hinges giving way in a crack that echoed through entire streets. The justification for these intrusions was always the same: anonymous tips, rumors, the word of informants who themselves traded freedom for lies. The houses selected were not chosen by guilt or evidence. They were chosen because they belonged to families who could not fight back. Inside, chaos unfolded with military speed, but without military discipline. Living rooms were torn apart in minutes, drawers overturned, mattresses gutted, photographs knocked from their frames, and left trampled in shards of glass. In one home, a mother's cries carried out into the street as officers dragged her teenage son through the doorway, hands cuffed behind his back, his face still damp with sleep. Neighbors watched, some weeping openly, others frozen in silence, all knowing the boy's only crime was being present when uniforms decided to make an example. For Marcus, these raids struck a deeper chord. He had once been on the other side of such operations, entering hostile compounds in foreign lands under the justification of duty. Yet what he saw here was different. There were no battlefields, no insurgents, no war. These were families with children, elders with weak knees, fathers who worked double shifts only to return home to find their walls kicked in. The tactics mirrored war, but the targets were civilians. To Marcus, it was not justice. It was intimidation dressed in the language of law enforcement. The block absorbed the blows but never healed from them. Each raid left scars beyond the broken doors and scattered belongings. Fear seeped into the walls. Parents began sleeping lighter, straining their ears for the sound of tires slowing outside. Children woke from nightmares that were not born of imagination, but of memory. Even those who had never been raided directly lived with the knowledge that they could be next, that innocence was no shield against suspicion. Fear became collective currency, traded from house to house until it settled over the entire community like a heavy fog. Marcus watched all of it with the stillness of a soldier, but the stillness was deceptive. Each unjust raid deepened a wound within him, not only as a man who served, but as a father and neighbor. He saw humiliation carried out with the same precision he once believed belonged only to war. And he knew, as the block grew colder under the weight of fear, that such tactics were not sustainable. A line once crossed too many times could not be uncrossed. It happened on a night like any other, when the block lay under the uneasy quiet that followed patrols. Marcus was home, his wife reading in the corner, his children settling into their beds. The sound of heavy fists slamming against the front door shattered the calm. The pounding came with no warning, no announcement beyond the bark of voices demanding entry. Before Marcus could even rise to his feet, the frame splintered and armed officers surged into the house as though storming enemy ground. Chaos replaced order in seconds. Drawers were yanked from dressers and spilled across the floor. Cabinets clattered open, contents dumped and scattered. Family photos crashed to the ground. Glass shattering, faces of loved ones ground under boots that moved without hesitation. Officers overturned cushions, ripped open closets, and tore through the rooms with the urgency of men certain they would find something. But there was nothing to find. No weapons cache, no hidden contraband. Only the private belongings of a family caught in the crosshairs of suspicion. Marcus's wife, terrified, tried to shield the children as the men stormed through. But an officer shoved her aside with a force that sent her stumbling. The children's cries echoed through the house, their voices trembling with a fear too large for their small bodies. Marcus, standing in the center of his living room, could do nothing but watch as rifles swung toward him, cold metal promising violence for the slightest move. His hands rose in instinctive compliance, yet compliance did not matter. Officers pushed him to the ground, cuffing his wrists behind his back in his own home, in front of the people he had sworn to protect. They accused him of hoarding weapons, of stockpiling tools of violence in a place where children slept. The irony was bitter. Marcus had carried weapons in service of the same country these officers claimed to defend. His medal still hung on the wall, glinting under the harsh light of flashlights, silent proof of his loyalty. Yet the officers sneered as though his service meant nothing. When the officers finally left, taking nothing but leaving ruin in their wake, the damage was already done. Furniture lay overturned, photographs bent and cracked, belongings scattered like debris after a storm. The family stood in silence amid the wreckage, the children clinging to their mother, their wide eyes still fixed on the spot where their father had been pressed into the carpet.
Man, this shit is wild, man, how these cops can come in here and do this.
Do these not sound like domestic terrorists?
For sure.
You have raising terroristic acts on people that have established this country and upheld being righteous people. This man ain't out here doing nothing out the way, taking care of his family, being an upright citizen. If he had weapons to defend himself, what make him wrong for doing that? If you coming to violate
Yeah,
me,
he held weapons to defend
this.
this country. Cause
Yeah.
I'm an advocate for weapons. You know, I'm gonna
Right.
have my weapons like you just said, and I reiterate that yeah, I carry the weapon for the corporation, for the government, and I'm gonna carry a weapon to protect myself and my family at all times. But
But
go ahead.
you the terrorist. If you decide that when somebody commit a criminal act to you, you defend your family to protect and preserve your life because criminal action has been done to you, that make you a criminal. Don't that sound lawful? Yeah, I can repeat that. When you, as an upstanding person, you don't go out here violating or attacking nobody, but you defend yourself from violent acts that's demonstrated upon you. Now you the criminal? Make that make sense.
Marcus himself said nothing. He stood tall, though his wrists still bore the ache of metal, his jaw set in a grim line. The raid was not just an intrusion, it was a declaration. The police had crossed the threshold into his home, violated the boundary between authority and family, and branded him guilty without proof. For Marcus, patience had always been armor, but now it felt like a cage. The officers had chosen the wrong door, the wrong man, the wrong family to humiliate. The ride to the precinct was silent but not empty. Marcus sat in the back of the squad car, hands cuffed, his face reflected in the smeared glass of the window. The city he had once defended blurred past, lights distorted by the drizzle of rain beginning to fall. He had endured silence before, long nights on patrol overseas, moments before an ambush when nothing stirred but the wind. But this was different. It was not anticipated. It was humiliation, a punishment designed to shrink him long before a charge was ever written. Inside the precinct, the process began with cruelty disguised as procedure. They took his fingerprints, photographed him under harsh fluorescent lights, and stripped him of the dignity he carried like armor. When an officer pulled his military ID from his wallet, the mocking began. "What kind of hero ends up here?" One sneered, holding the card between two fingers, as if it were a joke instead of proof of sacrifice. Others chuckled in the background, their voices low but cutting, their smirks blatant. To them, the medals he had earned meant nothing. Service did not outweigh suspicion. To them, Marcus was not a veteran, but a criminal. One more body pushed through the machine. The strip search that followed was the sharpest humiliation. Years of discipline, years of carrying himself with pride, collapsed under the weight of invasive hands and jeers, tossed casually as though he were less than human. He had once worn the same camouflage that granted these men the freedom to mock him, had once stood in deserts and jungles with his life on the line. Now he was treated as though that history was a lie, erased in a single night. He stood still, jaw clenched, eyes fixed forward. Hours bled together in the holding cell. The walls were gray, the bench cold, and the air carried the staleness of countless others who had been cycled through and discarded. Marcus sat motionless, his patience holding even as anger simmered beneath the surface. He did not yell, did not plead, did not allow his tormentors the satisfaction of seeing him break. And then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. No charges were filed. No evidence was presented. After hours of waiting, an officer unlatched the cell door and gestured him out with a smirk that said more than words ever could. Marcus gathered his belongings, wallet, keys, ID. Each item handed back as though it had never been stolen, though each felt altered, tainted. When he stepped outside, rain poured steadily, plastering his clothes to his frame. He walked home through the storm, the city's lights blurred into streaks around him. Each drop felt like a reminder that the night could not be washed away, that the scars of humiliation would remain long after the rain ended. Days passed after Marcus's release, but the violation lingered in the air of his home like smoke that would not clear. The family carried on with the motions of normal life, yet beneath every routine lay a nervous tremor. His wife tidied rooms still bearing the scuff marks of boots, trying to restore order where order had been shattered. His children hesitated before sleep, their eyes flicking toward the front door as if expecting it to collapse again. Marcus himself walked the block with a stillness that hid the storm building inside him. The spark came not with a raid, but with something more casual, more brazen. One afternoon, his teenage son walked home from school, backpack slung loose, his stride the easy gait of a boy growing into himself. A squad car pulled to the curb with a screech of brakes, and officers stepped out without hesitation. They pressed him against the hood of their car, shoving his face down hard onto the cold metal. His hands flailed for balance, his voice cracked in protest, but their grip only tightened. Marcus rushed outside, instincts overriding restraint. The sight of his son's cheek mashed against the car's steel was a wound deeper than anything inflicted on him. He shouted, moving forward to pull his boy free, but officers blocked him, their hands hovering near holstered weapons. Interference, they warned, the threat clear even without words. In that moment, Marcus froze, not from fear, but from calculation. One wrong move and his son could pay the price. He pulled back, trembling with rage, his eyes burning holes into the men who treated his child as less than human. They released the boy eventually, shoving him away with disdain, climbing back into the cruiser as though the assault had been nothing more than routine. That night, the house was cloaked in heavy quiet. His son sat at the table, hands still shaking, his eyes wide with the memory of metal against his skin. Marcus spread his medals across the wooden table, laying them out one by one. The bronze star, the ribbons for campaigns fought, the folded flag he had once carried like a shield,
Hey, shout out
symbols
to
of service and sacrifice that now felt
much love
hollow.
and respect to you and the
He
family.
stared at them for hours,
Grand
the
Rising.
weight of each decoration
Max,
pressing
Beat
heavier
Production.
than any weapon he had ever held. Marcus's hands trembled, not from fear, but from decision. For years, he had endured indignities in silence, convincing himself that patience was strength, that survival was resistance. But now his son had been dragged into the same cycle, his innocence crushed beneath the weight of authority. That was a line Marcus could not allow to be crossed again. The first strike came quietly, almost invisibly, like the start of a storm no one notices until the air itself shifts. The neighborhood slept under the weight of routine silence, but Marcus was already moving with the patience of a man who had studied patrol rhythms the way others studied the seasons. He understood the loops officers drove around the block, the corners they lingered at, the precise moments when headlights slowed against curbs. Nothing about his preparation was reckless. Every step had been deliberate, and when the time came, he acted with the same discipline he had carried in war, fast, controlled, leaving no trace behind. By morning, the absence was impossible to ignore. At roll call, the precinct realized one of its patrol cars had failed to return from the night route. Radios buzzed with clipped instructions, search teams fanning out across the city. Hours later, the missing vehicle was found on the edge of a deserted industrial yard, sitting like a monument to humiliation. Its tires were gone, radios smashed, the interior is gutted. Even the dashboard had been torn apart, wires dangling in the open. What once symbolized authority now looked like a carcass stripped for parts, a skeleton of steel left under the gray sky. Officers circled the wreck in disbelief. Some shook their heads. Others muttered under their breath, struggling to mask their unease. One finally spoke aloud, his voice sharp but unsteady. "Who'd dare hit us like that?" The words carried farther than he intended, echoing into silence because no one had an answer. Whoever had done it had worked quickly, with precision that didn't belong to petty vandals. Back on the block, no one admitted to knowing anything. Neighbors noticed the shift, the tremor in police movements, but their lips stayed sealed. Mothers kept their children close, not from fear, but because they recognized that something unseen was stirring. The community did not celebrate openly. That would have been dangerous. Instead, the mood changed in subtler ways. Families lingered outside a little longer. Children relaxed without glancing over their shoulders as often. The night still brought the sweep of spotlights, but the officers inside those cars sat rigid, scanning every shadow, their confidence fraying. Authority no longer looked untouchable. The hunters had been marked, even if no one knew by whom. And Marcus? He moved through his days as he always had, measured, unhurried, calm. His face was unreadable, his steps steady, his presence unremarkable. To the world around him, he was just the same veteran on the block, quiet and reliable. No one suspected the stillness concealed the hand behind the strike. No one connected him to the stripped cruiser or the nervous muttering at the precinct. He gave them nothing to see, nothing to hold on to. The cruiser stripped bare was not the end. It was only the beginning. Marcus had learned in the army that one strike can rattle an enemy, but sustained pressure bends them. He knew the force on his block relied on intimidation, on the show of strength that cruisers and floodlights created. Take away their confidence, and you strip them of the only power they had over the people. One night, the tires of multiple squad cars were found slashed in their own lot. Officers arrived for shift change only to discover half the fleet sitting crippled, useless before the day had even begun. Panic stirred in their voices as they called in replacements, the sound of radios buzzing with confusion carrying across the neighborhood. For the first time in years, the sirens stayed silent, not because the police chose restraint, but because they physically could not move. It was louder than any protest, ringing across the block as proof that someone was dismantling the authority piece by piece. Soon after, another strike rattled them. The station's floodlights, which had long blazed down over the block like artificial suns, shattered one by one. Shots rang out from somewhere in the distance, precise and deliberate. glass exploding under the impact. The lights that had once cast every corner into surveillance fell dark, plunging the lot into shadows. Officers scrambled for cover, unsure if more shots were coming, their radios erupting with nervous chatter. No one was injured, but the effect was clear. The illusion of control had cracked. The neighborhood noticed. Elders on porches whispered among themselves, their voices tinged with awe. For years, the block had been lit and patrolled like occupied territory. Now, suddenly, the eyes in the sky had been blinded. It was as though the neighborhood itself had reclaimed a piece of its night. The police grew thinner on patrols after that. Where once cruisers prowled with arrogance, they now hesitated, headlights sweeping alleys nervously before moving on. Officers doubled up in cars, their hands lingering near their holsters, their eyes darting at every sound. Fear crept into their movements, and the block felt the shift like a change in season. What had once been a one-sided relationship of dominance was now laced with uncertainty. Marcus watched it unfold with the same calm mask he always wore. He did not boast, did not reveal himself. He walked his yard, watering the lawn, helping his neighbors, all while carrying the weight of actions no one could trace back to him. But inside, he knew he had begun a campaign not of chance, but of certainty. The police had long used fear as a weapon. Now fear turned back on them, creeping into their briefings, following them into their cruisers, echoing in their nervous laughter. The hunters had not yet been caught, but the signs were undeniable. Someone was dismantling their authority, one strike at a time. In the weeks that followed, the block began to change in ways subtle but undeniable. For years, residents had moved under the weight of surveillance, adjusting their lives to the rhythm of patrol cars. Now something in the air felt different. Police no longer glided down the street with the same arrogance. Their movements were hesitant, their eyes scanning every rooftop, every shadow. The community, long accustomed to fear, noticed immediately. And once they noticed, they began to watch. On the front stoops where stillness once reigned, quiet conversations stirred again. Elders sat in folding chairs, their gazes steady as cruisers passed slower than usual. Their voices dropped to whispers, but the content carried new weight. "Somebody's fighting back," one muttered, his tone not of fear but of awe. The words spread quietly, passed like smoke through open windows and across backyards. Mothers, standing with arms folded at the edges of their yards, nodded silently when the topic surfaced. They did not cheer, did not speak names, but their eyes always drifted toward the center of the block, toward Marcus's house, where the veteran's quiet presence had never wavered. No one dared to confirm what they suspected. To speak Marcus's name in connection with the strikes was dangerous, for him and for them. But the neighborhood's collective silence was not ignorance. It was protection. They had seen the humiliation he endured, seen the cuffs on his wrists and the rifles pointed at his children. They had seen his patience, the kind that kept him calm when others would have broken. And now they saw the possibility that his patience had transformed into something else. They saw an answer to years of intimidation. The younger generation absorbed the shift most quickly. Teenagers who once walked with shoulders hunched began to carry themselves differently, not recklessly, but with a quiet defiance. They noticed the police hesitating at corners, radios buzzing nervously, and they felt the balance shift in ways their parents had only dreamed. For the first time, they saw the officers not as untouchable giants, but as men who could bleed, who could fear. The realization was subtle, but its power was immense. The block itself seemed to exhale. Families lingered on stoops after dark, conversations stretching longer into the night. Children running outside past the hour when patrol cars usually silenced the streets, their laughter sharp against the nervous engines that crawled by. The community had not forgotten its wounds, but it had found a sliver of pride in the shadows. The sense of being hunted had not vanished, but it had been met with resistance. And resistance, even unnamed, carried hope. The police felt the watching too. Every time a cruiser rolled down the street, they saw faces in windows, children staring back with boldness that hadn't existed before. The hunters, once unobserved, were now the ones being tracked. And in that reversal, the balance of fear continued to tilt. The neighborhood had begun to watch, not with helplessness, but with intent. The first strikes rattled the precinct, But Marcus knew hesitation wasn't enough. To truly shift the balance, he had to escalate. Fear has been planted, yet fear only grows if it is watered. And Marcus, the veteran trained in pressure campaigns, understood escalation not as chaos, but as strategy. He had spent nights in his garage, piecing together the tools he needed, his movements careful and precise. Each step carried the weight of military memory: how to ambush, how to disable, how to leave an enemy not destroyed but disarmed. The ambush unfolded beneath the overpass, a stretch of concrete where squad cars often idled, engines echoing against walls stained by time. Marcus had scouted it for weeks, watching the patterns, marking the shadows. One night, when a cruiser rolled through, its headlights bouncing across the cracked pavement, Marcus struck. He moved with the swiftness of experience, disorienting the officers before they even understood the attack had begun. The car was disabled in seconds, tires punctured, engines silenced, radios smashed against the ground. The officers were pulled out and left bruised but breathing, stripped of their weapons with the efficiency of a battlefield disarmament. The message lay not in violence but in symbolism. Their service pistols were dumped on the hood of their own cruiser, magazines emptied and ammunition scattered across the asphalt like discarded shells. It was not about bloodshed, it was about humiliation, about reversing the very tactics that had once stripped his neighborhood of its pride. Word of the ambush spread before dawn. By morning, the entire city hummed with rumors. Footage circulated online, grainy clips from bystanders who had watched from the edges of the overpass. The videos showed the aftermath: officers scrambling, weapons abandoned, their authority fractured. The neighborhood received the news with a mix of fear and exhilaration. For years, they had whispered about fighting back. Now, someone has done it. Mothers held their children tighter, half praying for safety, half praying the strikes continued. Elders nodded slowly, their voices low. The hunters are hunted now. Inside the precinct, panic took root. Briefings grew tense. Every officer aware that someone with training was targeting them deliberately. They doubled up on patrols, 2 officers to a car, their radios alive with constant check-ins. Every alley looked dangerous, every shadow a threat. The escalation was not a reckless leap. It was the next step in a campaign designed to erode the foundation of fear the police had built. By striking under the overpass, he had chosen a symbolic ground, a place where the city's weight pressed down, a reminder that oppression carried weight too, and sometimes it could be lifted. The ambush under the overpass sent shockwaves through the entire city. What had begun as scattered acts of sabotage was now undeniable. Someone was waging war on the police. The stripped cruiser could have been dismissed as vandalism, the slashed tires as juvenile rebellion, even the shattered floodlights as opportunistic mischief. But an armed ambush executed with precision and leaving officers humiliated in full view of cameras was impossible to ignore. Overnight, the narrative shifted. This was not a disorder. This was strategy. The police chief stepped in front of reporters the next morning, his jaw tight, voice pitched louder than usual to disguise the tremor beneath it. Cameras flashed as he declared, "We will not be intimidated." But the press corps, hungry and unrelenting, hammered back with questions he could not silence. Why were patrol cars terrorizing black neighborhoods in the first place? What about the raids without warrants, the accusations of brutality? The chief's eyes darted between microphones, his composure cracking. For years, the department had controlled the story. Now they were on the defensive. Meanwhile,
like I tried to reiterate a couple days ago on the other stream, they're targeting black communities, flag on the play, Aboriginal communities. Even though some of us on YouTube is in denial, about their voting and all the above, how they ain't targeting our neighborhood with the cops and how Trump is sending the National Guard to target our neighborhoods even more. And our people is justifying it. They're
And you exactly
justifying it, some people on YouTube.
and you exactly right. Because like I say, when I'm not saying that I'm completely opposed to maintaining order, but it's about accountability. When the people that you have in place that you say are held to main order don't do anything but
And Dre
infiltrate
Cobb,
disorder, that's
I mean,
different.
my
They
brother
they
Dre
infiltrate.
Light dig this real quick. You know, and the reason I'm showing this, because it came across my timeline, I'm like saying, yeah, let me share this. You know, because basically, you know, a lot of our people is frustrated in how, you know, they're targeting our neighborhoods, and they gonna do the same thing when they bring the National Guard in, man. How, you know, this shit need to be shown. How, you know, basically they targeting us for no reason because we aboriginals to lock us up and take our fucking birthrights
Yeah, we
and
need to
kill
stop
us.
attacking. We need to stop attacking one another because there's an enemy across other lines. Like we attacking each other, and it's people that's attacking us too. So if we hurting each other and other people out to hurt us, we ain't gonna be able to win like that. You you
Hey,
you
shout out to
fighting
my brother
yourself,
Ghetto
and
Child
other people
Clinic,
fighting
man.
you. You're not gonna be able to win like that. You are fighting yourself, and other people are attacking you too, and using
They
that
they
to
they
fuel you.
admitting they're targeting our neighborhoods,
Yeah.
and some of these people is okay with them targeting our neighborhoods when we ain't the only ones doing crime.
No,
Is my
no. Like I
point.
say, like I
All
said,
nationalities, white, Asian, Mexican, Spanish, Russian, German, they all do crime. Why are
yeah,
they targeting our neighborhoods?
yeah, like I say, you probably seen me on the channel on Smoke Channel today. I was trying to talk to Nate. I was trying to say, you do Asians attack Asians? Last time I checked, the cartel unalive and mess over other Mexicans. Last time I checked, the cartel will destroy another Mexican. Last time I checked, but you acting like that only us, we the only people that attack people. Last time I checked, white people go in here and lay other white people down. Last time I checked, Asians go to war with each other. Last time I checked, Spanish people go to war with each other. Last time I checked, Africans go to war with each other. Why
And,
the
and,
focus only on
and the
us like
point
we
I'm
the only
trying to
people out here attacking
reiterate
us?
is how they're targeting just our communities with the police, with the National Guard, and all above. But let's play some more. I got you, Dre. Like, I got you. Let's play about
Yeah, I ain't trying to interrupt, OG. I'm trying
yeah, you
just
good. Let's
little
play
support.
about 10 more minutes and I'm gonna let me and you gonna tap in and talk about it, man. But this shit, wow, like I said, I'm showing this video not that I'm saying we need to go against the corporation or anything. I'm just saying some of us is fed up, you know, us veterans
I've
out
been
here,
fed up.
we are trained, you know, to do what we do. And this
Yeah, I've
brother,
been
you
fed
know,
up.
did what he had to do. He got tired of being targeted. They targeted his family and his kids for no crimes.
They abused him. It's called abuse. It's called what they call it. The word is targeting. It's called targeting. They
That's
targeted
what
provoke.
that's what I said, and that's what we do in the military. We target shit and shut shit down. We trained to do that, just like them. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, like I said, they are really like not to knock every single one of them, but they are trained to be a domestic terrorist organization. They really are.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
we extort you. Like we're gonna commit terroristic acts against you, and then we're gonna extort you to extract money out of you to where we can fund our terrorist organization. That's exactly what the police do. We ticket,
And,
fine, and do all this stuff to where we can keep continuing to extract money out of you to continue our terroristic domestic terrorist organization. That's exactly what they do.
got you. Let's play some more of this. Give me about 10 minutes and we're gonna tap in.
While inside the precinct, fear spread faster than authority could contain. Officers paired up in twos and threes, abandoning the solitary patrols that had once defined their dominance. Radios buzzed with constant check-ins, voices carrying a nervous edge that betrayed their attempts at bravado. Cars crawled down streets slower, spotlights swinging wide, officers gripping their weapons a little tighter. It was the same city, the same neighborhoods, but the dynamic had reversed. The hunters were scanning every shadow, uncertain when the next strike would land. On the block, the atmosphere was transformed. Residents felt the shift like pressure lifting off their chests. They had lived for years under the weight of intimidation, But now they watched the men in uniform shrink beneath their own tactics. Elders sat, watching cruisers roll by with headlights dimmed low, their once cocky riders now avoiding eye contact. Mothers exchanged quiet glances in grocery lines, their lips twitching towards smiles they dared not fully form. For the first time, the neighborhood felt something like safety, not granted by authority, but reclaimed by defiance. The wider city could not look away either. News stations looped footage of the overpass ambush, pausing on frames that showed officers stripped of weapons, crouched on asphalt under their own cruiser. Commentators debated whether this was terrorism or rebellion, whether the figure behind it was a danger or a hero. Social media erupted with hashtags, some demanding justice for the community, others calling for harsher crackdowns. The city was split down the middle, its long festering tension now made visible to the world. The panic was real, spreading from precinct walls into every patrol car. But beneath it lay something deeper: recognition. The balance of fear had flipped, and once flipped, it would not be so easily turned back. The police thought they were still in control, even as they rode two to a car and swept neighborhoods with flashlights that cut nervously through shadows. But Marcus had already chosen his next stage. On the edge of the block stood an abandoned building, a decayed shell left behind when businesses fled and the city stopped caring. Windows shattered years ago, stairwells thick with dust, the structure was dismissed as useless. To Marcus, it was an opportunity. He spent nights inside studying every angle the way he once studied compounds overseas. He mapped exits, reinforced doors, and marked weak points. What looked like collapse to others looked like potential cover to him. His hands, steady from years of dismantling and assembling, worked with precision as he set his plan. The trap was not built for killing, it was built for humiliation, for reversal. The goal was not to destroy, but to make officers feel the same vulnerability they had imposed on his block. The chance came quickly. A tip surfaced, conveniently guiding officers toward the building with promises of a stash, a gathering, drugs hidden away. The department, desperate for a win to balance headlines, dispatched a team. They arrived at night, flashlights sweeping across cracked concrete as boots crunched glass. From the outside, it looked like a standard raid, the kind they had executed 100 times before. But this time, the building was waiting for them. As soon as the first officers entered, doors slammed shut behind them, chains pulled tight by Marcus's design. Windows already weakened dropped plywood barriers into place. The stairwell, narrow and unlit, filled with the hiss of smoke bombs triggered by carefully rigged wires. Vision blurred, lungs burned, radios crackled with chaos as officers stumbled in confusion. The smoke wasn't lethal. It was psychological, a reminder of the disorientation they themselves had inflicted on countless families. Outside, things unraveled further. Squad cars sat on punctured tires, slashed with precision before the raid even began. Their engines sputtered uselessly, radios smashed, floodlights broken. By the time officers staggered out of the smoke-filled stairwell, coughing and disoriented, the scene awaiting them was worse. Their vehicles ablaze, flames licking into the night sky, sirens muted by the roar of fire. The neighborhood watched from a distance, silent silhouettes in doorways and on rooftops. For years, they had seen raids unfold with families left in ruins. Now they saw the reverse: officers stumbling, stripped of confidence, humiliated in full view of the people they once dominated. There were no cheers, no applause. When the fire trucks arrived, when reinforcements poured in, the damage was already complete. Nothing had been stolen, no civilian touched, yet the message rang louder than gunfire. The precinct's control had been shattered again, its authority mocked with military precision. Marcus had shown them what it felt like to be trapped, to be disoriented, to stagger through smoke with no sense of direction. This was not just retaliation, it was a theater, designed to echo across the city, to be whispered about in homes and debated in offices. The war had escalated again, and the trap left no doubt. Marcus Lane was not improvising. He was commanding a campaign, and the battlefield was his neighborhood. When the smoke cleared from the abandoned building and the last flames from the squad cars hissed under fire hoses, the images were already racing beyond the block. Cell phones had captured everything. Officers stumbling blind into the street, gasping through clouds, their once threatening uniforms smeared with ash. Cruisers reduced to twisted metal skeletons, glowing against the night. Residents watching quietly from a distance, their silhouettes unmoved by sirens. Within hours, the clips hit news channels, repeated on endless loops, sparking debates not only about the act itself, but about the years of pressure that led to it. For the neighborhood, the sight carried a meaning deeper than spectacle. Families who had lived through raids and shakedowns recognized themselves in the scene, where once they had been the ones stumbling, disoriented in their own homes. Now the reversal unfolded in public view. Finally, they know what it feels like, a man muttered when a microphone was thrust in front of him. His voice was not triumphant. It was weary, shaped by years of humiliation, now finally mirrored back at those who had inflicted it. Mothers nodded quietly, pushing strollers past reporters, unwilling to speak, but unable to hide the flicker of vindication in their eyes. The city, long split by invisible lines, could not ignore the moment. Some condemned the act immediately, calling it terrorism, a reckless strike against order. Others, particularly those from communities who had lived the same cycles of harassment, spoke with a different tone. To them, Marcus's campaign was not lawlessness. It was justice denied for too long, finally forcing itself into the light. Editorials clashed across the newspapers, some demanding harsher crackdowns, others urging reflection on why a decorated veteran would turn his training against the very force sworn to protect. On social media, the narrative spread with wildfire speed. Hashtags filled timelines, voices from across the city and beyond weighing in. Videos of residents clapping as police retreated from the smoke went viral, framed as proof of solidarity. Debates raged in comment sections, arguments sharp and unrelenting. Yet beneath the noise lay a simple truth. People were paying attention to a block that had long been ignored, and in that attention, the residents felt for once that their pain was visible. City officials scrambled, caught between defending the police and addressing the grievances now thrust into the open. Press conferences grew tense, officials stumbling through statements about restoring trust, while sidestepping the core question, why did the neighborhood see law enforcement not as guardians, but as oppressors? Each attempt to frame Marcus's strikes as isolated acts of extremism was undercut by the images of residents nodding, clapping, or simply standing silently in agreement. The narrative was shifting, and no amount of official spin could fully reverse it. Marcus himself remained silent, never seeking the spotlight, never claiming credit. He did not need to. His message was etched in flames and smoke, carried not by his words but by the eyes of those who had witnessed. To the community, his restraint spoke louder than speeches could. He was not chasing fame. He was carrying out a campaign with the precision of a man who understood both war and injustice. The building raid became a turning point. It was no longer just police against a single man, nor even police against a single block. It was a city forced to confront itself, to question where loyalty lay, on the side of uniforms that had long abused their power, or with a veteran whose actions, however severe, exposed the fractures in the system. And as the debate raged, one fact could not be denied. Public support, however cautious, was beginning to tilt toward Marcus Lane. Up until then, Marcus's campaign had moved from the shadows, precision strikes in silence, traps laid in forgotten corners of the city. But the night at the gas station marked a new phase. It was no longer about dismantling symbols or humiliating from a distance. It was about walking directly into the heart of the power that had mocked him, and showing, without disguise, that fear could be reversed face to face. The setting was ordinary, almost mundane. A 24-hour station on the edge of downtown, the type where patrol cars routinely fueled up during late-night circuits. Fluorescent lights flickered above cracked pavement, the faint smell of diesel lingering in the air. To most, it was just another stop. To Marcus, it was an opportunity. He had scouted it like he once scouted supply depots overseas, watching when cruisers pulled in, how long officers lingered, where the blind spots sat in the glow of overhead lamps. He knew the rhythms, and he chose his night with care. When the cruiser rolled in, 2 officers stepped out, wary but careless, their guard lowered by routine. They never saw him approach until it was too late. Marcus moved with the speed of memory, his body remembering every drill, every maneuver. In seconds, he had them disarmed, their radios smashed against the concrete, their pistols wrenched away. The precision was undeniable, the kind of movement only a man with training could execute. He didn't strike to kill, he struck to control, to reverse the roles that had defined his neighborhood for too long. The officers found themselves cuffed, not by law, but by their own tools, fastened against the frame of their own vehicle. Their cruiser became their prison, its doors sealed not by duty, but by humiliation. Marcus left them there, helpless under the same...
And fair use, fair use. Like I said, the reason I'm showing this video is to show how Trump isn't trying to clean up the corruption in the corporation. He's just policing the people. That's all they doing. He ain't trying to clean up the corporation, the police force, the government, these politicians. He's not cleaning up shit. They're policing the people more when they bring these National Guards and these cops. So that's the point of this video. Like I said, he's not dealing with draining the swamp or the corporation that's corruption in the government in this system. They're just policing the people more. So after they finish with the migrants and the immigrants, who's next? While they also targeting the aboriginals, the niggers, the black people. So shout out to this brother Marcus, man. But like I said, them bringing the National Guard into these cities is not to clean the corruption up. It's not to clean these corrupt cops, these corrupt politicians, these corrupt mayors, these senators. He's not draining any swamp. He's policing the people more like any other president. You got these people out here on YouTube and in real life willing to justify anything that these people do for us, man. Do to us. I'm not justifying it, man. That's why I'm against voting. I'm against government, self-govern. I had the right to self-govern. But yeah, he's not cleaning any corruption up. None. He's letting these corrupt cops keep terrorizing the people. And shout out to this veteran, Marcus. I'm a veteran. A lot of us in the chat is veterans. A lot of us is sick and tired of the shit. Like I tried to explain to Sister Betty, I've been lost faith in this corporation well before the pandemic or COVID-19 experiment that they did on the people. And people still scared to talk about that. I'm not. If you took that shit, you was a part of an experiment. And that shit is coming out. That's a fact. And the other point is that they are oath takers. No matter what the corporation do to these oath takers, they're going to keep taking it because that's what they got to do. They took an oath. These cops, these politicians, them mayors, them governors, they are oath takers, man. And like I said, I ain't telling the people to do shit. I ain't nobody motherfucking leader. I lead myself and my family. I'm just bringing awareness to the people. Awareness. Be careful at all times, man. People losing their mind out here, man. So the video almost open. Might as well finish the video, man.
Harsh lights they had used to intimidate others. Their
He's not cleaning up any corruption. He's not making America great again. He's policing America more. And you got these YouTubers out here that think they vote count, that think they cleaning up the corporation. And the links are pinned to the chat if anybody want to come up and speak your mind. We're going to do it respectfully. But yeah, that's what I'm showing. Huh? He's not getting cleaning up the corporation, cleaning up these corrupt cops, these corrupt politicians. Basically, they're policing the people more. Go ahead, Dre. You want to say anything before I do this video, brother? Appreciate you for hanging in there, man.
You know, I don't like to be disruptive and
yeah, you good, brother.
Be confrontational and stuff, but we hear on a lot of points that's similar and things like that. But like I just commented right here, if you're not a mind control zombie, you labeled as dangerous because when you got a psycho, when
you
you
could
got
be
a
a
psycho,
law-abiding citizen, and they'll still go against you. They'll still invade your privacy. They'll still lock you up. You can be served this country with honors, with medals.
how can privacy get stripped away from you under a so-called
Go ahead, Dre. Take your
patriotic?
time, brother. I'm muting
They
up.
they they label a patriotic act as stripping away from your privacy. You they label listen to the shit I'm trying to tell you right. Listen to exactly what I'm saying. They label your privacy and having your own agency as a terroristic act and call it a patriotic act. If you want to have your own privacy and protect your own agency, you are labeled a terrorist. You have to be a mind control zombie and go along with every narrative we say, or we're gonna label you a terrorist. Do you understand? Do you hear how that sounds? You gonna be our robot, or we gonna tell you a terrorist? If you don't let us robot your mind and make you do everything we tell you, and you don't never think for yourself, you a terrorist. Not that trying to hurt nobody. Not that you're trying to hurt nobody. It's the fact that you don't get down with our BS. That make you a terrorist because
And
the people
and
that run things, they
and
are
Dre,
some
real quick,
diabolical
Dre,
psychopaths. The
real
people that
quick,
run
brother,
things are
real quick, Dre,
diabolical psychopaths, man.
real
They are
quick.
psychopaths.
What I'm showing is like even with the first video with the pastor, they're not trying to clean up corruption. They're not trying to change anything. Is the point I'm trying to show the people, man. Who, you know what I mean? Trump ain't trying to clean up no corruption. They ain't trying. I showed the preacher
But
about
if but
time
if but if you see but if you
how
see any of the corruption,
they ain't trying to get rid of no corruption in America, man. They ain't trying to do shit to make this place better. They ain't trying to clean up the food. They ain't trying to clean up the air. They lying to the fucking people, man. And they
hey,
definitely ain't
OG,
trying to get rid of the corruption that's in the corporation.
if you
So if
see
you
any
still think, he's draining the swamp or making America great again, no, he's policing America again. Go ahead,
OG,
brother. You got it. And
if
I'm
you
gonna play
see
play the rest of this video. Go ahead, you got it.
OG, if you see any corruption, that means you crazy, right? When you look outside and you see craziness, and then you call craziness for being crazy, that make you crazy, right?
Like I said, basically, this video showed how they're targeting, how the police force is targeting black neighborhoods and for no apparent reason, no extra crime. They just were targeting our neighborhoods, raiding our neighborhoods. The veteran got sick and tired of it and did something against, you know, to show them that they ain't the all power. You know what I mean? So, like I said, you won't hear about this story too many other places, man. the corruption. He's not trying to drain or clean up this corporation or these cities or states. Because if he was, he'll be getting rid of that police force for targeting our neighborhoods. But he's bringing the National Guard in to target our neighborhoods and police us more. Like we're the only ones just doing crime when we already showed that basically crime is being done in all neighborhoods. But how they policing our neighborhoods is the point I wanted to reiterate. Let me play this video, brother, and then we're
You
gonna
think he
tackle
not
that.
invested? You think he not invested? If whoever get locked up, you think he don't have no vested interest in profiting off of whatever happened? He is a established business person. You don't think that he using his political power to fatten his pockets to where that I'm gonna tell you that I'm trying to do all the good when in all actuality I'm just like the pastor. I'm trying to get all the damn pay. You don't think that what's going on? You crazy?
So yeah, let me play some more of this video. I got you, brother.
Radios, shattered in pieces, lay scattered across the pavement like discarded toys. The message was simple. The force that once cuffed fathers in front of children, once shoved sons against steel, was not immune to the same treatment. Neighbors drawn by the commotion arrived with phones in hand. They filmed quietly from across the lot, their voices hushed but their lenses steady. By the next morning, the footage spread across the internet, grainy yet unmistakable. The sight of uniformed men restrained to their own vehicle became an image too powerful to spin away. Hashtags surge, #, the vet strikes back. Memes followed, some mocking, others deadly serious, all amplifying the message. The department scrambled to contain the humiliation, but containment was impossible in the age of instant sharing. News anchors debated whether this was rebellion or anarchy. Activists framed it as symbolic justice. Politicians condemned the act while avoiding questions about the roots of the conflict. The divide widened further, the city cracking under the strain of competing truths. For the bloc, however, the meaning was clear. The gas station confrontation was not just another strike. It was a declaration. Marcus had stepped out of the shadows, proving his presence was not confined to sabotage. He could confront them directly, strip away their confidence face to face, and leave them exposed before the eyes of the people they once oppressed. From that night on, the officers moved with even sharper tension. Gas stations once taken for granted now felt like traps. Patrol cars idled longer at intersections. The men inside gripped their radios tighter, their laughter hollow. Marcus had turned the city into a battlefield where every stop was a risk, every shadow a question. And in that battlefield, the balance of fear leaned heavier toward the ones who once believed themselves untouchable. The precinct had long stood as the fortress of authority, its concrete walls and floodlit lot projecting the illusion of permanence. For years, residents of Marcus's block had been dragged through its doors, processed under its harsh lights, mocked in its cells. To the community, it was not a station of justice. It was the beating heart of intimidation. Striking it directly would mean more than any raid or ambush. To scar the fortress was to shake the foundation of the entire department. Late one night, while the city's streets slept under routine silence, the first tremors began. Small explosions rocked the outer walls, one after another, shaking the building with sharp concussions. Windows shattered, glass raining down onto the pavement as alarms shrieked into the night. The sound echoed through downtown, bouncing between skyscrapers, layering siren upon siren. Inside, chaos erupted instantly. Officers sprinted through hallways, rifles in hand, radios screaming with overlapping voices. Commands collided with fear, no single voice strong enough to regain control. The fortress had been breached, not destroyed, but scarred in a way no statement could conceal. Outside, the damage cut deeper. In the lot, rows of squad cars sat useless, their tires shredded with surgical precision. Hoods gaped open, engines gutted, metal left exposed under the harsh glare of half-broken floodlights. The vehicles that once symbolized reach and dominance were reduced to lifeless shells. When officers poured into the lot, they found themselves surrounded not by enemy forces, but by the wreckage of their own power. Authority, so long enforced through the presence of cruisers and flashing lights, lay in pieces at their feet. The shock spread instantly through the city. Residents in high-rise apartments leaned over balconies, their phones capturing plumes of smoke curling into the skyline. Within hours, those shaky videos blazed across news networks, looped along.
Hey, shout out my brother, Captain Crunch in the house. Grand Rising, but much love and respect. And like I'm gonna reiterate my point. You know, Trump isn't trying to get rid of corruption. If he was, he'd be trying to get rid of most of these police force. What they're doing is they're bringing the National Guard in to police the people more. This video right here shows how they were targeting just our communities. And shout out to this veteran for doing what he did. He showed them how control warfare. He took away their power. So basically, like I said, these two videos are showing the preacher burning down the church. And this video right here shows that they're not trying to drain the swamp. They're not trying to deal with corruption. They're just policing the people more. That's all. Shout out to each and everybody, man. Real like shit. And you got these people out here that justify what the corporation does to the people and still showing their loyalty. I call them oath takers. But that's all I was doing with these videos. But y'all got it. We got it. Let's go.
Alongside headlines that shouted, "Police precinct under siege." Commentators debated whether the act was rebellion, terrorism, or something in between. But the images spoke louder than analysis. The fortress was not untouchable. For the neighborhood, the moment was transformative. Families who had seen fathers dragged through those very doors now whispered about shattered windows.
Hey, shout out my brother, Rose Malik OG. Much love and respect, my brother. Flat motherfucking power. Hopefully you and the family good. Captain Crunch, hopefully you and the family good, man. Just keeping the channel relevant. I appreciate all y'all support, man. Just keeping the channel active. That's all, man. Bringing the information and the news to the people, man. Real news. Real information, man. Trying to keep it real with the people. But yeah, let's get back to the video, man.
Windows in burning cars. Elders nodded quietly, the corners of their mouths curling into restrained acknowledgement. Mothers stood taller with their children, not because the danger was gone, but because the fear had finally been reversed. No one dared say Marcus's name. Whoever was striking had forced the precinct to taste its own tactics. Inside the department, panic hardened into desperation. Officers whispered theories of a ghost, someone who knew their patterns, their weaknesses, their blind spots. They spoke of precision too sharp to belong to chance. In the midst of the frenzy, one officer's words cut through the static of radios and the din of alarms. "We can't stop him." The sentence hung heavy, unchallenged, because every man who heard it knew it rang true. For the city's enforcers, the breach was not just a physical wound, it was a collapse of certainty. They could patch walls, replace glass, and tow the ruined cruisers away, but they could not mend the fracture in their own confidence. The fortress had been scarred, and with it, the illusion of control lay in shards, scattered across the lot like broken glass no one dared sweep away. Marcus had struck from the shadows, dismantled from a distance, and humiliated his enemies in their own spaces. Yet he knew a campaign is not complete without a decisive blow. The moment that severs any illusion of control and leaves the other side staring at their defeat. For weeks he had prepared for that moment, marking the industrial zone on the edge of the city as the stage. Rows of warehouses sat hollow, their steel skeletons echoing with abandonment, their streetlights unreliable. It was a place the city had forgotten, and that made it perfect. He chose a night when the precinct, already bruised from siege, sent out a convoy of cruisers to sweep through the neighborhood. The gesture was meant to show force, to reclaim authority through sheer presence. But Marcus had spent too many years studying convoys to miss their weaknesses. He tracked them silently, moving through back streets, his timing exact. When the lead cars turned onto the industrial road, the trap began. One by one, the streetlights overhead went dark, plunging the convoy into sudden blindness. Officers inside the cars stiffened, their radios buzzing nervously, as beams from their headlights cut through shadows that grew deeper with every blackout. Tires jolted over spikes laid with precision across the asphalt. Engines sputtered. Cruisers screeched to a halt. Within moments, the convoy was pinned in place, boxed in by darkness. Marcus moved with the calm of a man executing training drilled into muscle memory. He disabled vehicles quickly, puncturing tires, stripping weapons, smashing radios. But unlike before, he did not vanish into the night. He left the officers tied to railings, their uniforms stained with dust and sweat, their hands bound with their own cuffs. Notes were pinned to their chests in Marcus's handwriting, direct, unflinching. You harassed the wrong neighborhood. By dawn, the scene stood like a monument to reversal. Rows of cruisers sat abandoned, their blue and white shells gleaming faintly in the morning light. Useless husks of a broken machine. The officers, still restrained, sat in silence, their eyes hollow from humiliation. Photographs of the tableau spread fast. Journalists swarmed the industrial road, cameras capturing every detail. The images became headlines across the nation. Police convoy neutralized in city ambush. For the community, the moment was seismic. Parents who had shielded their children from searchlights now showed them the morning news, whispering that justice, however unconventional, had finally looked their way. Elders shook their heads slowly, astonished not only at the audacity, but at the clarity of the message. The neighborhood had lived in fear for years, but now the fear was gone, transferred, redirected. The hunters were no longer untouchable. Inside the precinct, morale shattered. Officers avoided speaking of the ambush except in clipped sentences, their voices tight. They rode in pairs now, sometimes in threes, yet still felt exposed. The symbol of their power, mobility, patrol, presence, had been stripped away in one calculated night. They were no longer guardians, no longer even occupiers. They were prey, hunted with the same discipline they once wielded. For Marcus, this was the culmination. Not a reckless finale, but the final move of a campaign that had unfolded step by step, strike by strike. He had taken the lessons of war, the patience of a soldier, and
shout out to veterans, man, including myself, who took our training seriously, man. And shout out to Marcus, man.
And turned them inward against the force that had desecrated his home. By leaving the convoy bound and helpless, he declared that the war was not just against individuals, but against the system itself. The message could not be spun away. Authority could be broken. The city awoke to a new reality. Headlines screamed across every paper. Televisions blared images of abandoned cruisers and bound officers, and the morning commute slowed as helicopters hovered over the industrial zone like vultures circling a battlefield. What had once been whispered in corners was now undeniable. The war had come home. Some called Marcus Lane a terrorist, a danger to order. Others, especially those who had lived through raids and patrol harassment, called him something else, a hero who dared to do what no one else could.
Y'all hear that? Controlled harassment. Let's go.
The divide split families, workplaces, and politics, forcing the city to look in the mirror and recoil at what stared back. In the neighborhood, relief swept through the streets like a long-delayed rain. For the first time in years, nights passed without the slow crawl of squad cars spotlighting windows. The silence was startling at first, but quickly.
You know, and you got these YouTubers out here that say, you know, we terrorize our community. No, the police, the authorities terrorize our community. And like I said, man, they're policing us more, not cleaning up corruption. He ain't trying to clean up these police forces, these city agencies, mayor, governor. You know, I mean, they're just policing the people more.
Quickly it became cherished. Children played in alleys without the constant backdrop of engines idling nearby. Families lingered on, breathing easier, their conversation.
If you take these churches and these police force out of our neighborhoods, we can have some peaceful, calm neighborhoods. You know, they want to think about our neighborhoods as chaotic and drugs being sold and all this other shit. If you take away the corruption in the neighborhoods, these churches, these police forces, we can self-police ourselves and govern ourselves. But yeah, shout out to, Crime Corner for bringing this story out. Like I said, this was for educational purposes only. I ain't telling the people to do shit. Besides, pay attention to your surroundings and protect yourself at all times and your family at all times. You know, my point is they ain't cleaning up no corruption, man. They're just policing the people more. And this is one of my receipts. Because if Trump was, going to send the National Guard in, it would be to clean up these police forces. And that's not happening. That's definitely not happening.
Louder than they had been in decades. It was not that danger had disappeared. Rather, the constant shadow of intimidation had lifted, replaced by the sense that their block belonged to them again. But beyond the community, the city staggered. Officials rushed to frame the narrative, balancing condemnation of Marcus's actions with vague promises of reform. Press conferences were filled with phrases like review of procedures and restoring trust. Yet few spoke directly about the raids, the harassment, or the humiliation that had lit the fuse. The words felt hollow, drowned out by the images of armored men tied to railings and cruisers sitting lifeless. Authority had been undermined too thoroughly for speeches to restore it. The national media descended, amplifying the chaos. Commentators debated whether Marcus was a symptom of systemic failure or simply a rogue vigilante. Military veterans appeared on broadcasts, some condemning him for betraying his oath, others quietly admitting they understood his breaking point. Activists held rallies carrying signs that read, "The war came home," a phrase already painted in bold graffiti across the shattered walls of the precinct. That graffiti became its own symbol, a reminder etched into brick that the city could not wash away with paint or denial. Through it all, Marcus himself was absent. His house stood empty, curtains drawn, medals gone. Neighbors whispered that his family had been moved to safety before the final strike, that he had vanished into the same shadows he once used as cover. Some believed he was hiding in plain sight, others that he had left the city altogether. But his absence only deepened his legend. He became a ghost, a name spoken carefully, a figure larger than life precisely because he was nowhere to be seen. For the police, the fallout was humiliation layered on fear. Morale collapsed. Officers quit, transfers were requested, and the precinct struggled to project strength it no longer possessed. They patrolled less, watched more, their presence weaker than it had ever been. The city could pretend otherwise, but the truth was clear. Marcus Lane had shifted the balance permanently. And yet, even as the smoke cleared and the streets found peace, no reflection came from the ones who had lit the match. The raids, the harassment, the abuse of power that had driven a decorated veteran to war. None of it was addressed with honesty. Instead, the system limped forward, scarred but unrepentant. The last image the public carried was not of speeches or reforms, but of graffiti sprayed across the precinct wall, letters jagged and unflinching. The war came home. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, like, not cheer.
Yeah, though, let's go to another. That one too long. See what else I got in the mix. Uh, Hopefully everybody good, man. Let me shout out the chat, man. My brother Voodoo Child, Captain Crunch, Dre Light, Rose Maliko G, my brother Rumham Solo, my brother D. Allen Warren, my brother JJ, Ghetto Child Clinic, Mac V Productions, Wale, Jackie Brown, my brother Mike Dollars, my brother TJ, sponsor executive session, Chris Cypher, Smokers Lounge, Epic Studies came through, Man, I appreciate everybody that came through, man. My brother Roger W, Greedy Vegan, OTK. You know, the link's in the chat, Haru, Truth Zone. Make sure I got everybody. Uh, my brother Big Chief All American, Drake Cobb, The Enemy's Public, Junebug, my brother Voodoo Child, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Like I said, I'm just bringing the information and some news we really can use. You know what I mean? Let me ask my brother. Do you see that brother Marcus is crashing out? Was that a crash out moment? Or was it that crash out worth crashing out? My question to you, brother. Who that up here? That's still Dre, Dre, right? Hold on, yeah. I don't hear you. Say something, brother. Your mic unmuted, but you might have walked away. I don't know if you heard my question. But yeah, do y'all consider that brother crashing out, or was that worthy of crashing out? I think you got a lot of frustrated veterans, people, civilians that's fed up with, with the way the corporation is going and being policed.
Nah,
So
he
the two.
wasn't.
Go ahead, brother.
Nah, he wasn't crashing out. It was justified. Like you target and abuse a person. It's like if you keep slapping a dog while it's in the corner, and then after you done slap the dog 3,000 damn times, and then he bites your damn hand, the dog not wrong. Like you can't like say it was justified. Like you it's like I say, it's like I said earlier, it's called targeting. You intentionally try to abuse this person, target them, and put them in a messed up position. And then when they respond to your actions, now their actions are wrong. No, a response to abuse don't make the person getting abused wrong.
And,
Let's get that very clear.
and real quick, man. Shout out. I want to play this video.
There was something that happened to a St. Louis community.
Like I said, I haven't been going live lately, but I have been some shit putting some videos in my watch later. And this is another video. Shout out to Savvy Sad. The U.S. poisoned a black community. Where, like I keep reiterating that they're targeting us, our communities. I don't see them targeting no Asians, no Mexicans, only niggas. Yeah, I know ISIS is doing what they doing to to these migrants and these immigrants. That they were illegal. They shouldn't have been here in the first place. The Biden administration let them in, gave them our taxpayers' money, took care of them, and looked past us. So what I'm showing is here is you got these people out here no matter what. With this National Guard shit, they always targeting our communities. And they say we do the most killing and crime. No. They're targeting us, our communities, to not succeed, to not prosper.
Man, what's the number on it, on that cartel down there, and the Catholics and all these people? I'm very certain they have way higher numbers of attacking and unaliving people than we ever could get to. I'm very certain of that. I'm very certain. The damn cartel will leave you in a barrel of acid.
Yeah.
What? But we the vicious ones, man. Stop it, man. Be serious. Be real serious right now. Cartel leave you in an barrel of leave you in a barrel of acid right now, today. Let's be serious.
Yeah, let me play this video, brother. The U.S. poisoned a black community. Shout out to
Years
Stat.
ago, but this story is back in the news, and we really got to talk about it, how the U.S. military poisoned a black neighborhood. And a lot of people don't know about this. This is not the only one. It's not the first time that this has happened. It's happened before, and I'm going to show you other examples. But this particular experiment was a part of the Cold War experiments. And it's not something you're going to learn about in school. It's like they'll teach you about the Cold
Much
War.
love and respect, Bad.
They may teach you about the Tuskegee experiment, but they don't go as far to tell you about all these other experiments that happened here in the United States. So let's go ahead and get into this. This is a big story. It's making the rounds.
And fair use, fair use. I know why I'm being targeted, because I'm coming with real, credible information. So I understand why I'm being censored. And I'm okay with it, because they don't really want this information to get out. So I appreciate everybody in the house, man. I appreciate y'all. Love and respect, man. Let's go.
Ladies and gents, and you're going to hear from the residents there. Did the government poison a city? Check this out.
Now to a News Nation exclusive investigation into a secret government experiment that was carried out in St. Louis. Residents tell us they still remember a mysterious fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no warning and no consent. Well, tonight we return to the site of that demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming the residents. News Nation's Natasha Zubez investigates what was in the fog and why the truth may still be buried.
Now, of course, the Army is not, they're not willing to admit that anyone was harmed, right? Of course, they don't want to admit that.
The fog drifted through the streets like a ghost.
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog.
It was summertime, it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could and try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back. And it had a big nozzle that really sprayed
like I say, you
fog
got
you
some
couldn't even see
people that
through.
justify
It was that thick,
what this
and it
corporation
really
have done to
we
us.
felt it as it would.
And still voting. I'm on a campaign, no voting 2028 and beyond. What we voting for? Someone to govern us and control us and police us more? That's insanity to me. So all these people that's still loyal to this corporation, still voting, that's insanity. They have shown where they targeted our community. Crimes against humanity have been done to us. This corporation have never apologized for what they've done. They still doing it and covering it up. But you want to show loyalty to these people after they stick you with that COVID-19 shit, another experiment. And God is allowing all of this shit to happen. That's why I say it ain't real. I got evidence it ain't real. When did it have the last time a God or a creator or Jesus have intervened with his creation? Never. Only in their mythology. But yeah, how they targeting our community, then you're okay with them bringing the National Guard in and not targeting the whole city? just certain neighborhoods, like I'm showing today, they're not draining any swamp. They ain't cleaning up no corruption. If they was cleaning up corruption, they would have got rid of that police force.
OG.
Or stepped in and did something different with the police force, brought new people in, say, hey, we addressing corruption that this veteran exposed, how they targeting our neighborhoods. And this story right here, how the U.S. poisoned the black community, man. They've been targeting us.
OG.
And you voting for it, thinking your vote count when they still targeting you and your kids and your family. And you okay with that? Go ahead, Dre. You got it, man.
OG,
Now I'm play this story some more.
OG, you're not talking about that good jealous guy, is you?
That one that ain't real. Yeah, that
one. Go ahead, OG. I just had to tap in.
I got you, brother. Let's listen to some more of this. Shout out to Sad. Make sure y'all sub up. Like I said, I have been going live, but I've been collecting some stories for the people, man, to get this information in case y'all haven't heard. This information is going out. She mentioned the Tahigi experiment. She didn't mention the COVID-19 experiment, but I'm mentioning it because I got some information about that too, that we can talk about, that we can review. But how they specifically targeting it. Let's go. Let's hear from this young, gorgeous sister named Savvy. Shout out to sisters. Like I said, we ain't in integrating over here. We're against integrating. There's too many beautiful caramel cover Aboriginal goddesses or chocolate goddesses out here, man. I don't need no other nationality of people or women. But yeah, shout out to Savvy, sexy ass. Let's go.
Here to our
Beautiful
skin.
sister.
And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they
How they
try to
targeting
portray
black
them to us
communities,
as
and they
maintenance
have always.
workers.
And
But
they've
we was
never
like, what is the maintenance
apologized
worker
for
doing?
what
They
they've done.
basically a
They still
hazmat
do.
suit, and they had
And I'm-
masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
Let's pause here for a second. Look at the area that they targeted. Housing projects. So of course, the majority of the residents that were there were black. And for the white people, and this is something I've said before, white people, poor white people, a lot of these policies, a lot of these things that were done to the black community end up impacting poor white people at some point too. For the poor white people that just happen to live in the area, they were willing to sacrifice you too. They don't give a damn. They're willing to sacrifice you too. Now, why would they do this to this community? Because they don't care. These are the people that we can implement experiments on, because you know what? We don't see them as worthy anyway. They wouldn't do this on a wealthy community. You think they would do this on a white suburban community? No. Look at who they experiment on. And we have more to show about that if we look back in history. But here's the point here, ladies and gentlemen. Check that out. So this is why I've continued to say, poor white people, a lot of these policies, whether it's not implementing universal health care, which of course I told you before, one of the reasons they didn't want to do that is because they didn't want black people to have health care. Whether it's Social Security, which was meant to let's put in these limitations so it'll impact black people. These things end up impacting poor white people later on down the road too. So for the few white people that live there, you basically just got caught up in the mix.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Pruitt-Igoe used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river. The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread, all to prepare for potential warfare against the Soviets.
That's why it was called, the Cold War experiments. So they were willing to sacrifice American people right here in this country. They were willing to sacrifice you guys. Like they don't give a damn. This is why I keep saying the government do not care about you.
That's why I keep saying the same
obviously,
thing.
if you're spraying these types of chemicals,
I have the same thing, but you got these YouTubers that's still showing loyalty to the corporation, even though the corporation don't give a fuck about them. They're willing to experiment on them. They're willing to let them be their guinea pigs, even though we know they're oath takers. Sadly, I understand. I feel the same thing on my YouTube channel when people come over here talking about their loyalty to this corporation. This corporation ain't loyal to them and don't give a fuck about them. Like I said, Trump ain't cleaning up corruption. They ain't cleaning up corruption. If they did, they would be cleaning out Chicago. They'd be cleaning up the politicians, the police force, all above, but they're not. They're policing the people more. Another experiment. But let Savvy here say it, man. And fair use, everybody, man. I'm just keeping it real with the people. You know what I mean? Keeping it real. When I've been saying this all along. You got these people, I should say their names. I'm gonna say one of them, Superman, who be over my nigga Smoke Signal channel, caping for this government hard. Like they ain't doing crimes against humanity, like they haven't been experimenting on us, like they haven't been policing us more. That's why like I said, I'm gonna have a stream in the near future. What should we do with the sellouts that's still selling us out for this corporation? Shit is wild, man. You know, when somebody argue to me with, that this corporation ain't experimenting on us, don't give a shit about us, push COVID-19 out, unclean water, bad foods, poison medication, and you still voting for that shit, and you can't see it. More than likely, you can't see it because you're a COVID-19 experiment. Or you on 15 or 20 of their medications and can't live without your 15 or 20 pills that's killing you slowly. I hate to keep it raw like this, but it's real. You've a COVID-19 experiment. You waiting for the next pandemic so you can get your juice up in you, your poison up in you. You still justifying what they're doing to us and saying they ain't doing it. Like I said, there's plenty of YouTubers out here that still got their cape on for the Republican or Democrat side or independent side, man. I'm gonna keep it real with the people, man. Yeah, at one point when I served, yeah, I was a guinea pig too. I'm not willing to be a guinea pig in 2025, and I don't want my family and my daughter to be guinea pigs. And we should have a choice. I should have a choice if I want to put that poison in my body, which I don't. I don't want to be a part of none of your experiments. You can keep your health care, which you just talked about. Your health care is a COVID-19 shot. That's your health care. So what they offer you? A death shot? They supposed to be cleaning up the CDC, Robert Kennedy Jr., but they're really not because they still for immunization. And I'm against immunization. I lost the daughter to immunization. They covered it up with the COVID. So when she talk about health care, most of our people don't want their health care. You can keep their health care. You got people, man, you got people dying out here like flies on a fucking wall. Like I said, my wife just lost 3 family members in less than a month. So, like I said, I'm gonna keep it real. What healthcare? COVID-19 shot? Bad. They allowed this corporation, Congress, allowed Big Pharma to profit and experiment on us without any legal without any. They can't be locked up. They can't be charged with a crime. That's why Joe Biden pardoned Fauci when he pardoned him. So they couldn't be charged with a crime. But a crime has been done because they've been experimenting on the fucking people.
Through it as fast as we could and try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back. And it had a big nozzle that really sprayed a fog you couldn't even see through. It was that thick. And it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit. And they had masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
Let's pause here for a second. Look at the area that they targeted. Housing projects. So of course, the majority of the residents that were there were black. And for the white people, and this is something I've said before, white people, poor white people, a lot of these policies, a lot of these things that were done to the black community end up impacting poor white people at some point too. For the poor white people that just happen to live in the area, they were willing to sacrifice you too. They don't give a damn. They're willing to sacrifice you too. Now, why would they do this to this community? Because they don't care. These are the people that we can implement experiments on because you know what? We don't see them as worthy anyway. They wouldn't do this on a wealthy community.
These are the same people that you voting in office is experimenting on your ass. Man, this shit crazy, man. This shit wow. You're voting so you could be a experimental guinea pig. And you think your vote count. It's showing how these people just don't care. And that's why I don't give a fuck. I'm going to get the information out to the people, man. I don't live in fear. Because I already know they censoring this channel, this information, so it don't get out to the people. So it only get out to the people that rock with the OG. They make sure my sub count go down, not up. My sub count haven't went up in a long time, and I care less, man. the fake, the family who check in with, always check in, see me in the YouTube streets, always show love, man. Ain't nothing but love and respect back, man. It's all good. I know what channels is being censored, and I know I'm one of them. AI, like, don't go to that nigga channel. Shout out my brother Maybach. Much love and respect, my brother Maybach. Bad Saint, much love, Dre Light. Like I said, shout out to Abby, man. Make sure y'all sub up that Sabby too. You know what I mean? She keep it real. And like I love people that keep the information real. They don't give a fuck about us. It ain't no reason to sugarcoat it. They shown. Experiment after experiment. Poison water, poison air, poison food, poison medicine. Keep it real with the people. But some of our people want to keep having hope and faith that this shit gonna change, and it ain't. Unless we change it ourselves, ain't shit gonna get done. Ain't no imaginary creator gonna come out the sky. Ain't no fucking aliens coming out the sky. If there is, it's projected. Don't panic. Act like you don't see that shit. But ain't nothing coming out the sky to save us, man. But us. Jasmine, much love and respect to you and the family, sister, always. And you're always welcome to come up and say what you want to say, sister. I see you on other platforms. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna mute up and be respectful. I have a deep respect for the sisters on this panel right here. They'll let you know. I ain't gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you get your words out. I'm gonna always talk to you with respect, because that's what my mother taught me. That's what my father taught me, to respect my brothers and sisters, even if we disagree. So one thing I practice and I push is for respect, even if we don't disagree, even if we don't agree. There's always going to be respect for anybody that come up here. You know what I mean? As long as you don't disrespect me, we cool. I never disrespect you. That ain't in my character, even if we disagree. It's just a conversation. You know what I mean? I don't wish no harm on nobody. Nobody. Especially people that's in the community that I rock with. I'm not that person. You meet you in real life, I'm gonna wish you the best. I ain't trying to harm you. And I ain't scared of you either. I keep saying that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep emphasizing. I ain't scared of nobody. I don't fear God. I don't fear man. I don't fear death. So it's respect. But yeah, anybody welcome to come up and hit the link. The link's in the chat. It's all for me is all about respect. You know what I mean? Let's keep it intellectual conversation. Getting the information out to the people is all I care about. Like I said, you got some of our people that's in denial that don't want to see that this corporation don't care about us, especially black people. Like I keep reiterating, they never apologize for what they did to the Aboriginals. We didn't come from over on no boats here. We were already here. They changed our nationality. They changed our race. They changed who we are with misnomers. They never apologized. They've been experimenting on us. They never apologized. The CDC approved it all. The corporation approved it all. And this sister just saying what I've been saying. Let me rewind it back. We're going to start this from the beginning, man. One more time, because we only went into a little bit. Make sure y'all sub up to this sister channel, please.
There was something that happened to a St. Louis community years ago, but this story is back in the news, and we really got to talk about it, how the U.S. military poisoned a Black neighborhood. And a lot of people don't know about this. This is not the only one. It's not the first time that this has happened. It's happened before, and I'm going to show you other examples. But this particular experiment was a part of the Cold War experiments.
My brother,
And
Big
it's not
Chief,
something
all
you're going to learn
American,
about in
man.
school. It's like
I
they'll
met
teach
that
you about
brother
the
real
Cold
life.
War.
That's my nigga. Much love.
They may teach you about the Tuskegee experiment, but they don't go as far to tell you about all these other experiments that happened here in the United States. So let's go ahead and get into this. This is a big story. It's making the rounds, ladies and gents, and you're going to hear from the residents there. Did the government poison a city? Check this out.
Now to a News Nation exclusive investigation into a secret government experiment that was carried out in St. Louis. Residents tell us they still remember a mysterious fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no warning and no consent. Well, tonight we return to the site of that demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming the residents. News Nation's Natasha Zuvez investigates what was in the fog and why the truth may still be buried.
Now, of course, the Army is not, they're not willing to admit that anyone was harmed, right? Of course, they don't want to admit that.
The fog drifted through the
Captain Crunch, I'm pissed too. I've been pissed for a long time. People try to act like I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm uneducated. Uh, uh, I'm delusional. I'm angry. I have a beautiful life. I've been retired. I retired at the age of 34 years old. I'll be 60 this year. I get up and do what I want to do and still get paid for it. Excellent money. So they try to make me as some bitter person, but I live a good life. I'm about to turn 60 years old. No health problems, no pre-existing condition. I'm happy. I have a beautiful family. They try to portray me on this YouTube as a evil, arrogant, uh, 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 basically a person that, mad at the world. No, I'm mad at because what the fuck has been happening to my family and our people. So everybody know I have a beautiful life.
They want you to go out here.
I sit home and make more money than retired than a lot of people working because I worked hard in this system.
They want you to go out
And
here.
yes, I'm gonna accept they fucking medicine. I mean they money. I ain't accepting their medication. I ain't accepting their health care. I ain't accepting nothing else but the money that I earned in this motherfucker. Paying into this system called taxes.
But you ain't supposed
So,
to get nothing though.
I've been angry for a while. That's why I say I've been on some other shit. Because you got these YouTubers out here that's okay with them experimenting on us, with them poisoning us, that still believe they vote count, still believe God is real. God is an imaginary character that the corporation brought to the people. When they brought their politics, they brought their religion. So yeah, I've been pissed a while, my brother, Captain Crunch, but it's not. I'm pissed because I realized all this shit was happening, and I got to speak out against it because a lot of our elders in the community are still caping for this government, and I refuse to go out as a snitch, a rat, an informant, all the above. I try to keep it real with the people 100% of the time about what I have experienced, not read in a fucking book, what I have lived through, what I've experienced.
The shit I don't get, OG.
And I'm gonna give it right to you. And I'm gonna say at one point I was a willing experiment. I was willing to let these people experiment on me out of knowing any better. But go ahead, Dre. I just wanted to say that to the people. and the Captain Crunch to let you know, no, I'm not. I'm pissed with you, but I'm not the way they try to portray me. I have a good life. I have a
No,
life that I worked hard for all my life to live like I'm living at
no,
peace.
you
But
ain't
go
did
ahead,
shit
Dre
wrong,
Light.
OG.
I'm muting up, bro.
You ain't did shit wrong. Like under people put under circumstances, and at the end of the day, you still battled through whatever circumstances you went through, but you still came through and still stayed you. Like motherfuckers that ain't never smoked crack can't talk a story like you talk. It's motherfuckers I here ain't never dealt with shit
Yeah,
in life,
I did
and
crack as a
they
teen
can't
in
talk
in
habits
my
from me.
teens when I was 13, 14, 15, 16. And I
Yeah,
was
but
able
I'm
to leave
saying
that
though,
shit alone in my 20s. And I
yeah,
haven't touched cocaine or crack since.
yeah,
Over
but I'm
30
saying it's
years of that shit. I'm proud of that. With no
but I'm
pre-existing
saying,
health conditions.
but what I'm telling you is right.
So
It's
I'm not
weak
ashamed of
minded.
I touched crack as a kid. I touched it as a kid. They
Yeah,
was overflowing in our neighborhood.
right.
Go ahead, brother. I feel
But
what you're
the
saying.
point
Thank
I'm making, it's weak minded motherfuckers out here that ain't
you. Yeah,
never
I ain't
smoked
one of them
crack.
weak-minded niggas, man.
No,
I
you
ain't one of
wasn't.
them
No,
weak-minded. Nope.
no, no. You
Mm-mm.
wasn't weak minded. Cause if you was, you'll never be where you at now. No, you wasn't no weak minded motherfucker. No, you
I
wasn't.
was able to beat that shit and still beating it every day. I know
Cause
I
you
can't
wasn't no
touch that
weak
shit. I'll
minded
be
motherfucker.
homeless, penniless, and,
You
and,
wasn't no
and
weak.
fucked up. And
Nah, I'm not gonna let you
I'm
tell
not
me you
going
no weak
out like
minded
that. I
motherfucker,
did
OG.
it as a teen. I was homeless
No,
as a teen. That's why I got into real estate and owned several properties. So if I
you,
shit, if something happened, I lose one, I got another one to fall back to. If something happened to that one, I got another one to fall back on. I ain't being homeless no more. I experienced that shit as a teen, stealing from my mom.
you ain't gonna sit here and tell me you was a weak minded motherfucker, OG.
Yeah, I've
You
never
you
been a
fell you
weak-minded
you fell
motherfucker.
into some bullshit, but your mind wasn't weak. That's why the fuck you got out of it, because your mind wasn't weak. You ain't no weak minded motherfucker. If you was, you'd still be doing the shit. You ain't weak minded, OG. I done been in the streets. I done dealt with motherfuckers. It take a strong minded motherfucker to come from out of this shit and get where you at. You
Yeah, I
ain't no weak
appreciate
minded
that, brother.
motherfucker.
Respect. Thank you, Dre.
You not no weak minded motherfucker. Don't tell nobody no shit like that.
Nah, I've never said I was weak-minded. No, sir. You wouldn't get that coming out of my mouth.
But you got some weak minded motherfuckers out here that ain't never smoked crack, but they ass lost though. They ain't never smoked crack in their life, but they lost in a motherfucker. But want to talk down on somebody that overcame the shit. Man, shut your bitch ass up. I don't hear that bullshit. But yeah, like I say, like people is fucked up in the head. Like the government done came out and straight up told you, we lie to y'all motherfucking ass because we don't want no problems. The government has straight up told you this. We gonna lie to y'all because
Yeah, I've
we
been all
can't.
around the world, Jasmine. I've been all around the world. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Dre. I've been all around this job.
Like it's like people don't like I said. I done dealt with a lot of stuff. Like you, OG.
I
I ain't
agree,
never.
Jasmine. This shit wow.
I done dealt with a lot of stuff in life and stuff. Like people go through stuff, but strong people go through stuff to get to stuff. And it's like, how is you not understanding and seeing what's going on? The government has straight up told you, we lie to you because we want to keep control over you. And then you think that these motherfuckers to be trusted. When I'm talking about these motherfuckers straight up tell you, we lie to you so we can keep control. Now, once a motherfucker tell you that, why you trust them?
Now, some people would call this a conspiracy that we bringing out. This is not a conspiracy. This is real information. They experimented on this St. Louis community. But let's play some more, brother. Let's play some more. I got you, Dre. Like, and shout out to everybody in the chat. Flat motherfucking power to. Let me shout out the chat, man. Shout out to my brother D. Allen Warren, flat motherfucking power to all the flat power family. Sister Jasmine, uh, Bad Saint, Captain Crunch, Peru, my brother Dre Light on the panel, Big Chief All American. Who else in here? Maybach, my brother Maybach, much love and respect, man. Voodoo Child, my brother Rum Ham Solo, Flat Motherfucking Power, my brother Rose Maliko G. Man, shout out to all of y'all. JJ, Ghetto Child Clinic, Mac V Productions, Vibrant Lore. I appreciate everybody that, rock with the OG. Wale, all the Aboriginal, TJ, Mike, Jackie Brown, Executive Session, Chris Cyphers, all the sponsors. Appreciate all of y'all, man. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. But yeah, they've been with my brother Roger W, Greedy Vegan, OTK, all the family, man. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Y'all already know it ain't nothing but love and respect. My sister J Nature, my sister Phenomenal Mommy, Jules 512, all the family. Y'all know who y'all are, man. I appreciate all of y'all. It's like we bring up that they've been experimenting on us. You got these some people that no, they haven't, man. That's a conspiracy. You're lying to the people, and they all along lying to the people because they still don't know that they've been experimented on. They think they had the right to free health care. They thought this healthcare system was truly trying to help them.
They care about you.
And the link's in the chat. Like I said, I'll put the link out again, but it's pinned. I probably got another hour in me, man. Like I said, I'm back going live active again. I'm at least go live 2 to 3 times a week. Crank it up, put the link out there. Let whoever want to tap in, come tap in. I'm gonna give you the respect to talk. We're gonna talk about this like adults, even if we disagree. You know what I mean? Because I want the information to get out to the people.
Yeah, well, I come up here, but I don't be want to feel like I'm taking over. Like I be wanting other people to come up because I say stuff and it's like the disagreement is fine, but destroying each other not. I ain't with the destroying each other, but we can disagree.
Exactly.
But I
Me
don't
either, brother. Me
I don't
either.
like talking too much because it feel like I'm trying to take over. And this like you say, this is a people channel, but I like to let other people come up and talk. I don't want to feel like I'm ruling over the conversation. Like I want to. If other people don't come up, I'm gonna stop talking. I don't like to do that, OG.
You good, brother. Like I said, hold on. Let me get back to the screen share. Hope I didn't knock it out. And I got
Made us switch us up, made us switch us up, made us switch us up, made us switch it up.
Let me get back to my screen share. And 1 second. That's the one I want to play. And shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Like I said, just bringing the information. I took a little 30-day break. I needed to clear my head, but I'm back. And like I said, I'm gonna be consistent with my streams at least 2, 3 times a week. When I don't see nobody else on, I'm hop on. When my nigga Smoke Signals ain't on, I hop on. When my brother Aboriginal Power ain't on, I hop on. When my brother Sanchez ain't on, I hop on. I get in when I fit in. I also want to make sure we tell each other to support each other channels. I ain't hating on no other channel. Support all the channels, man. I'm about supporting my people. Sub up to everybody. Let's grow together. Ain't nothing changed over here. It ain't nothing but love and respect, man. But like I said, let me play some more of this. Cause Sabby keep it real. I like this sister.
The streets like a ghost.
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog.
It was summertime and it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could.
And like I said, some of our people is okay with them bringing the National Guard in there to Chicago and different cities. All I'm saying is they policing us more. They're targeting our community. That's why I'm against it. Why they ain't doing it to the whole city? Some of us to justify that they're experimenting on us. They call it a conspiracy. No, it's not a conspiracy. It's a fact. that they've been targeting and poisoning our communities. So let's play the video.
Try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back.
Yes,
and
yes,
it had a big nozzle
that's all.
that really sprayed fog you couldn't even see.
And they getting paid by Big Pharma to, push their medications, even though it don't cure nothing. But yeah, I totally agree. Much love and respect to all of y'all, man. Let's go.
It was that thick, and it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit, and they had masks.
And we don't have a case about crimes against humanity. We don't have a case about being reclassified over and over again as crimes against humanity with along the spraying and the healthcare system. Yes, we do. We should be getting reparations, but some people say we shouldn't. But with these crimes that I'm proving right here today, I go back to the pastor locking himself in the church, to the veteran declares war on police, corrupt police, and humiliates the police, where they were specifically targeting our neighborhoods, just like this U.S. poisoning black communities. Flag on the play, Aboriginal communities, the Aboriginal people. Like I've been saying for years, they never apologize for what they're doing. They're still covering up their crimes. And some people is okay with them covering up their crimes. I'm not. I'm one of the elders that's going to speak real and what I experienced. But let's get back to the video.
And goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
Let's pause here for a second. Look at the area that they targeted. Housing projects. So of course, the majority of the residents that were there were black. And for the white people, and this is something I've said before, white people, poor white people, a lot of these policies, a lot of these things that were done to the black community end up impacting poor white people at some point too. For the poor white people that just happen to live in the area, they were willing to sacrifice you too. They don't give a damn. They're willing to sacrifice you too. Now, why would they do this to this community? Because they don't care. These are the people that we can implement experiments on, because you know what? We don't see them as worthy anyway. They wouldn't do this on a wealthy community. You think they would do this on a white suburban community? No. Look at who they experiment on. And we have more to show about that if we look back in history. But here's the point here, ladies and gentlemen. Check that out. So this is why I've continued to say, poor white people, a lot of these policies, whether it's not implementing universal health care, which, of course, I told you before, one of the reasons they didn't want to do that is because they didn't want black people to have health care. Whether it's Social Security, which was meant to let's put in these limitations so it'll impact black people. These things end up impacting poor white people later on down the road too. So for the few white people that live there, you basically just got caught up in the mix.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Pruitt-Igoe used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river.
The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles.
I heard that, and some people don't think we at war. Cold War test. So let's rewind that back.
Man,
It's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river.
The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage.
Go ahead, brother.
These people that run behind, I'm gonna ask you one question. Trump here to save you, right? Have you pressed any charge? Have you pressed any charges against Fauci, any of these medical professionals? Have you pressed any charges against Bill Gates? Have you went against any people that slaughtered you?
No, yeah.
And if you ask Bill Gates, I don't give a damn if you white, black, pale, green, purple, or orange. Ask Bill Gates, do he give a damn about you more than him making money? I guarantee you, when he tell you the real answer, if he really would tell you the real answer, how he really feel about you, you'll be ready to strangle his ass. And ask Fauci, do he give a damn about you based on what color your skin is? And he tell you, if he really be honest with you, you'll be ready to strangle his ass. I don't give a fuck if you white, black, green, or purple. Because he don't give a fuck about you. Let that sink in. Let it sink in.
Yeah, I'm going to play some more of the video. I got you, brother.
More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread, all to prepare for potential warfare against the Soviets.
That's why it was the Cold War experiments. So they were willing to sacrifice American people right here in this country. They were willing to sacrifice you guys. Like they don't give a damn. This is why I keep saying the government do not care about you.
Thank you, sir.
So obviously, if you're spraying these types of chemicals, what is that going to cause? People are going to have health issues. And I want to point to another example. You see what happened with East Palestine, Ohio? All the chemicals that came from the train derailment. Where was the government? Where was the government? They didn't give a damn. People are still sick in East Palestine, Ohio. But these experiments, this was intentional. We want to conduct an experiment. Let's just find this poor black neighborhood. Let's go target this poor black neighborhood in St. Louis. They're black, who cares? And they're poor. So let's just experiment on them.
Us been in the military and had top secret clearances. We know how it works. We have died for America. We have fought for America.
You are a veteran.
I am United States Air Force veteran.
Dr. Starks, you're a veteran as well.
Yes, I am. I'm an Air Force veteran also.
Is there a sense of betrayal here?
And I wanted you to hear this part. Some of them are military, they're veterans. And even though they're veterans, it was still the Army who did this to them. They don't give a damn.
Definitely.
They want to know if those secret tests have anything to do with what they're observing with their own eyes.
I lost my two older siblings to cancer. I lost a brother last month.
I've been diagnosed recently with a rare form of lymphoma.
I had cancer of the left kidney, had partial removal of my left kidney.
News Nation reached out to the Army for answers. They provided a one-page response. It says the Army's own Center for Health Promotion and Preventive Medicine investigated in 1994 and found inhalation exposure would not pose a health risk.
They don't prevent
So
shit.
of course, The Army investigated itself. Oh my God, what could go wrong? People sick. Some died. And we talk about the rates of cancer. This is another thing I wanted to mention. You know, depending on what zip code you live in, I think people need to look this up. In Boston here, for example, if you live in Roxbury, which is right next to the South End, which this part of the South End used to be Roxbury, is a whole story around this. But the reality is, if you live in the rich side of the South End versus if you live in Roxbury, which is right next to it, your life expectancy drops by 30 years because you live in Roxbury. You're more likely to have higher rates of asthma because you live in Roxbury. And this is a bunch of different things, whether it's these chemicals, whether it's lead, etc. They are poisoning people. Don't you guys think it's a little bit strange? And I said this before, when I was a kid, when it came to cancer, you probably knew like 1 or 2 people that maybe had cancer, right? Like now you notice the cancer rates continue to increase, even among healthy people.
Cancer is money.
There's environmental issues. There's, I believe what I've said before, the food, the chemicals that they spray on our food, but they outright poisoned this community. Now, the U.S. Army says, no, we didn't do that. They don't want to issue any repair. I don't see the U.S. Army saying, oh, let's try to fix this. Let's pay the families or anything. They don't want to pay. They don't want to implement any repair. But they know they poisoned those people.
They also cite later corroborating reviews, including a 1997 review by the National Research Council. Perhaps they assumed we wouldn't read the NRC's 380-page report, but we did, and the Army's statement doesn't show the full picture. In that 1997 review, the National Research Council explicitly says repeated exposure to zinc cadmium sulfide can cause kidney or bone toxicity or lung cancer if levels are high enough. And they admitted they couldn't fully assess the risk. Why? Because some Army records remain classified, it says, for national security reasons. More troubling, key Army exposure records were missing. And when the NRC asked the Army to supply them, the Army said it couldn't find them. Finally, the NRC considered conducting its own study, but concluded it wasn't feasible. In short, it did not test the site, collect samples, or test residents, and they didn't have access to all the data. Their review was based on what the Army gave them, and what the Army either could not find or withheld. The Army ends its statement to News Nation by saying, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component to the zinc cadmium sulfide dispersion test.
Of course, the reports aren't going to say that. You investigate it yourself. But I think the residents of that community, I think they should be able to sue. And I think they need to be paid. I think there needs to be some type of repair that's made here. This is terrible. That's someone's life you're talking about. We're not talking about people got a cough or whatever. Regardless, you shouldn't poison people in the first damn place. But it wouldn't be the first time.
Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
But that's not even the whole story, as residents demand to know what else could have been in that spray.
They have not come clean with what was in there.
Do you believe that it was just zinc cadmium sulfide in that spray?
No.
We go to the source, a researcher who has spent decades declassifying government documents about these tests.
Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis? I believe that they did.
And the government's surprising response to our request to declassify information.
I mean, what the hell?
Plus, renowned activist Erin Brockovich weighs in.
Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
The residents are asking for an apology from the government for being experimented on. They are asking for compensation for health studies for themselves and their children. They're also asking for transparency. They want the government to release all the documents about the spraying. So, Elizabeth, tomorrow night on your show, we will go on a journey to try to declassify the one government document that a key researcher tells us she has never been able to expose. And we take the investigation to Erin Brockovich. For the residents still here, still fighting, the question is whether they will get any answer answers before it's too late. Elizabeth.
Well, they'll have a better chance of it with you on the case. Natasha Zuvez, thank you so much.
This is, you guys, it's not just them, right? This has happened before, and I want to show you other examples. I'm glad that story is back in the limelight, but it also happened in San Francisco. In fact, San Francisco really does need to be the case study for when you look at like some of the things that have happened in other communities in the US. San Francisco needs to be a complete case study. Even when you talk about gentrification, that's one of the things we get into a little bit in the documentary, that you need to look back at what happened to San Francisco, and then you'll understand why things happened in other cities. Similar patterns here, but they were the Cold War experiments. And you can see this here from the San Francisco Press. Cold War scientists push ethical boundaries with radiation experiments. Now, you guys know if you're exposed to a significant amount of radiation, obviously that is going to cause some health issues, like, right? That obviously that makes you high risk there for cancer. But it goes on to say here, the investigative series details how the U.S. Naval Radiological Defense Laboratory, based at the Hunter Point Naval Shipyard in San Francisco, exposed at least 1,073 dockers, military personnel, lab employees, and others to radiation and technical exercises and medical experiments early in the Cold War. So see, it wasn't just St. Louis. This is what I'm saying. It's happened in other places. That was part of those Cold War experiments, but it wasn't the only type of experiment. Now, one of the more ones that you probably heard about was the Tuskegee experiment. This is another example where they experimented on the Black community, in particular Black men, with syphilis. This is another one. We can go back into history. The Tuskegee experiment, the infamous syphilis study. So, and let me tell you how they were sneaky. Okay, let me show you what they did. Check this out. The experiment began in 1932 at a time when there was no known cure for syphilis. This was a contagious venereal disease. After being recruited by the promise of free medical care, 600 African-American men in Macon County, Alabama, were enrolled in the project, which aimed to study the full progression of the disease. Listen how they were recruited. The promise of free medical care. So they were sneaky. And then if we go on a little bit more here, the participants were primarily sharecroppers, and many had never before visited a doctor. Doctors from the U.S. Public Health Service, which was running the study, informed the participants, 399 men with latent syphilis and a control group of 201 others who were free of the disease, they were being treated for bad blood, a term commonly used in the area at the time to refer to a variety of ailments. So, in long story short, they basically gave these men syphilis. Like this is why I've been trying to tell people. They have been doing this. They've been doing these experiments on people. You took sharecroppers, and sharecroppers, you know, before sharecropping, you were slaves. So these are the freed men that they experimented on. And this is what I mean. Like when I talk about repair that is owed to freedmen in this country, this is what I'm talking about. It's not just about slavery. So you see this. So they tricked these men. And here's a picture of them here. Picture of them here.
Yeah, shout out to Savvy. She's still pushing that slave narrative, but we're past that slave narrative. We know that they're basically killing the aboriginals of America, trying to make us Africans, putting us, our ancestors and us as Africans, and trying to steal our heritage, our identity, and everything that we are. And that's why I say I have no loyalty to this corporation, because they're still covering up the crimes that's been done against us here in America. Not only changing our nationality, who we are, but medical, allowed to experiment on us, targeting our neighborhoods, with the National Guard, crime, drugs. It's always been a war on the Aboriginal American, the Indian, the nigger that always been here in America. They want us to believe we came here on them boats. Hell no. We wasn't slaves. We were already here. They reclassified us. They took over the government. And this is the end of 2025. Reality. So shout out to everybody in the house, man. You want to say something before I start this video, bro? Gotcha.
The men were monitored by health workers, but only given placebos such as aspirin and mineral supplements, despite the fact that penicillin became recommended treatment for syphilis in 1947, some 15 years into the study. So you see this?
CDC approved.
I want to show you one more part about this as well. In the mid-1960s, PHS, venereal disease investigator, San Francisco named Peter Buxton found out about the Tuskegee experiment and expressed his concerns to his superiors that it was unethical. In response, PHS officials formed a committee to review the study, but ultimately opted to continue it with the goal of tracking the participants until all had died. Autopsies were performed and the project data could be analyzed. So again, and it goes on to say here in 1973, let's pull up here. By the time that the study is shut down, 28 participants had perished from syphilis, 100 more had passed away from related complications, at least 40 spouses had been diagnosed with it, and the disease had been passed to 19 children at birth. In 1973, Congress held hearings on the Tuskegee experiments, and the following year, the study's surviving participants, along with their heirs of those who died, receiving about $10 million out-of-court settlement. Additionally, the new guidelines were issued to protect human subjects in the U.S. government-funded research projects. But they didn't really protect, because here's the thing. We still have issues today. It's not just the dirty water in Flint. I mean, there's a number of ways that the government or the state, the federal government or the state government has poisoned Black communities in this country. There's been different ways that they've done it. Whether it's dirty water in Flint or Denmark, South Carolina, it's not just Flint or Jackson, Mississippi. Whether it's Cancer Alley in Louisiana. And you know, it's really interesting because none of these representatives that are from Louisiana, I never hear them talk about Cancer Alley. This was reported by Human Rights Watch. Check this out. The fossil fuel and petrochemical industry in Louisiana area that has come to be known as Cancer Alley has devastated the health, lives, and environment of residents, Human Rights Watch said in a report released today. Cancer Alley refers to approximately an 85-mile stretch of communities along the banks of the Mississippi River between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, where communities exist side by side with some 200 fossil fuel and petrochemical operations. There was a 98-page report called We're Dying Here, The Fight for Life in Louisiana Fossil Fuel Sacrifice Zone. Documents how residents in Cancer Alley suffer from extreme effects of extreme pollution from the fossil fuel and petrochemical industry. They face elevated risk of maternal, reproductive, and newborn health, cancer, respiratory ailments. So you see, they just keep poisoning people. And the only person who even had, the only candidate that I saw, that I spoke to as well, that had Cancer Alley on their presidential agenda was Jill Stein. It's a known issue. Mike Johnson, who's Speaker of the House, is from Louisiana. Do you hear Mike Johnson talk about Cancer Alley? Everyone pay attention. This has been going on for quite some time. And so this is another one. Many shared stories of entire communities devastated by cancer. the death of family and friends, missed days of work and school due to illness, and children rushed to emergency rooms suffering from asthma attacks. And this is another thing I brought up again about the environmental issues in some of these poor or working poor Black neighborhoods, and also not just Black ones, also in Appalachia. You will see this as well. Nobody gives a damn. West Virginia, notorious for this. West Virginia, one of the poorest states in the country. Not healthy. The air is not healthy. So our government and these corporations have a known history of poisoning these communities because they see the people as disposable. This has been a problem. And I'll tell you about another one for the ladies in the chat. There were experiments that were done on female slaves for gynecology. I can't show you the pictures on here. You can Google them when you have time. The tools and the instruments that they used on those women against their will. That's who they used. So ladies, every time you go to the OBGYN, you need to know who they experimented on so that those procedures can be done, so that you can have your pelvic exam. Again, they're not going to tell you about that in history class. They don't go there. When they talk a little bit about slavery, they don't get into the nitty gritty of it, because if you got into the nitty gritty of it and you heard about and read and saw the pictures of the horror that took place, I think everybody would be standing up and saying reparations now. They don't tell you about those things. But you can Google it and you can see the pictures. You can see the instruments that they used on those women against their will. When it comes to cervical cancer, for example, Black woman, Henrietta, who's from Baltimore. The reason why people are able to get the treatments that they get and the cells have been studied the way that they are is because Henrietta Lacks had cervical cancer and the doctors took her cells against her will. Now, later on, I believe it was a couple years ago, they tried to compensate the family. There's a whole book about it. Read it. Henrietta Lacks. They've been doing this. So they don't want to cut the fossil fuel industry because there's too much money, too much profits to be made there, but they don't care if your community dies and it's right next to your community. They don't care. That's why there is no, let's be nice to the politicians, let's be civil. There's none of that. No. These people are in bed with corporations. They're in bed with evil people. And there is no rest for the wicked. People talk about this story that was just going around about St. Louis, the chemical exposure there. People are in shock on social media, but it was just a couple years ago that Jordan Sheraton from Status Quo told you about the dirty water in Flint. They've been poisoning people and they still poison people. And I really believe that's why you're seeing an increase in rates of cancer in this country. That's why you're seeing these things. So we got to call it out. And when I talk about pushing back and ways to fight back, when I talk about demands, when I say end the corruption, that's what I'm talking about, end the corruption. And you're not going to end the corruption if you have corporatist shills that are there to benefit the corporations and the military industrial complex. So the politicians aren't going to do anything.
And I gotta pause it there, because that's what I was
about this either, because they support the MIC.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Trump ain't here to drain the swamp or stop the corruption. He's here to police the people more, and that's what he's pushing.
So it's been happening.
About bringing the National Guard into Chicago, New York. They're going to police our communities even more. He ain't coming in to clean up the corrupt police force. He's not coming in to clean up the corrupt politicians. He's not doing none of that. He's coming in to police the black communities, which they have always used as an experiment, and which she's showing that they've been experimenting on our communities for forever. So let's play some more of the video.
Those are just some examples. There are others. Monique said they used to spray some black areas in Houston in the 1970s. What'd I tell you? They've been doing this. But if you only focus on class, this is why I keep telling you class and race is connected. Then you hear about these stories and you see these stories. But if you're not going there, and a lot of people don't talk about it, even in the progressive spaces, they don't go into these stories. So people have got to see what is happening, what's been happening to black communities. And you're going to hear some of this like during the documentary. So my documentary will be released this year before November. I already had the teaser like on my channel. So I already showed you guys the trailer, but people need to know. I've been talking about this. They are poisoning people, your own government. So I'm glad that story is back out there, and I'm glad they had that on News Nation, because I feel like it's getting more attention now, and people are starting to dig a little bit deeper and say, oh, what else has happened, you know? Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
Yeah, but I'm gonna review everything I talked about today, and more than likely I'm gonna shut it down, man. I appreciate you, Captain Crunch. You know, just trying to keep it real with the people. That's that's another one I'm gonna do in the near future. But the three stories that I covered today was this one right here.
Scene. A self-inflicted wound, the police said. He was found at the altar where he had once preached about grace and judgment.
Where, you know, preacher locked the door, set afire the church. That was one.
Something's not right, she said. He's not himself anymore.
That's one story, you know, that I brought up, showing how these preachers in this religion ain't nothing about, it's all about money. It's all about money with these churches. Thank you, my brother, Rosique Malik OG. You know, one was, here it go. Pastor locked the doors of church.
A failed fundraiser had hit him hard. Maybe.
And a number of people was killed because he said God wasn't getting his tithes. Then the other story was veteran declares war on cops. You know,
but the content carried new
all
weight.
of these stories to show how Trump isn't trying to clean up corruption, that he's only going to bring the National Guard and the police our communities more. I'm bringing my receipts. You know, and the last story that we talked about was Savvy.
There was something that happened to a St. Louis.
Like I said, reviewing the three stories I talked about today. Pastor locked the door of the church, showing the corruption of the church.
Are you aware that another one of these?
That's another video that I'm gonna play later, but let me review the three that I showed. Pastor locked the door of church, killing a bunch of
he stopped praying with folks unless they handed over an offering envelope first.
That's one story I showed. The other story is the one where the veteran declared war on the police force, the corrupt police force.
Fear noticed immediately. And once they noticed, they began.
The third story was savvy, how the U.S. knowingly poisoned different communities. So I appreciate everybody that tapped in, man. I try to keep it real with the people. Get this information. If you didn't hear it, you heard it now. You can look it up. The information is in the channel. But yeah, Dre, you want to say anything before I close it out, my brother?
Nah, you got it, OG. Say pretty much bringing up everything they need to be brought to the forefront. Like I say, just like putting your concern in, like they care about what's gonna benefit your life. They don't, and
Facts.
I mean, it's basically what you need to understand. Like I grew up, my grandpa raised me. He was like, once you look for the government to take care of you, you ain't gonna be taken care of. And that's my grandpa told me that, and I ain't never strayed from it. I don't look for nothing to. Ain't nobody gonna save me. Ain't no government, no God. None of this gonna do nothing for me. I have to make sure I can do for self preservation, and this. I mean, it has never failed me to this point in my life. But people can do what they want to do. I ain't trying to tell you don't get on your knees and bend down and stay on your knees and never get up off your knees and always stay on your knees and you bring all your money to God and play the lottery and everything gonna work out. You know, you try to see how it work out for you. I'm not, but you know, me to try to convince you not to, no, I'm not gonna waste my time.
You, you breaking up, Dre? You saying something, brother?
Yeah, I would say like say
Go ahead. You clear now.
all right, yeah. So my grandpa raised me up to he brought me up to like the only thing you can 100% certain count on is yourself. Like you go out here and you believe in the government, I'm gonna hit the lottery, I'm gonna hit it big and all these fantasies and just put everything in God's hands and everything gonna work out. That that's a nice fantasy, but I wouldn't advise you live off that. But am I trying to convince you not to? No. This is that what you want to put your faith and strength in? Do it. But I'm not gonna do it, and you're not gonna convince me to. You know, I ain't. You know, if you go out here and you work for the government, and you know how contracts work, and you know, like my uncle told me, he said when you sign up for something, anything, they're gonna make sure they get something out of you. You make sure you get something out of them. Now, if you go into anything and not understanding that, if you think that whenever I sign up for something, I ain't supposed to expect nothing. It's like this Christianity the bullshit. Well, you know, it's just about you. Just give your faith to God. You don't worry about what you're gonna get. Just understand that when you are no longer alive, you're gonna get blessed. But you ain't gonna be alive. But you just gotta understand that you're gonna suffer your whole entire life. And then when you ain't got no more life, then it's gonna be a pie in the sky for you. But I mean, ain't nobody never seen it though. Nobody ain't never seen it can prove it to you. But you just believe it and you keep on pouring into it. And then once you don't got no more life, then you can believe that it's gonna be a pie in the sky for your dumb crooked fish mouth head ass. Yeah, you try that. You sound crazy as hell. I'm breaking up. You still there, OG?
Yeah, I'm here, good brother. Appreciate you. I'll let you wrap up without interrupting you, brother. I appreciate you tapping in. You know you're welcome. Come up anytime, good brother. But yeah, we're gonna close out, man. You know, I've been on 5 hours. I may be back later tonight. I may be back tomorrow. But I'm definitely coming back, man. And let me shout out the chat one more time. I
What
see
up,
you,
Hiker?
brother.
See you in the Hiker. I'll see you in the Hiker.
Yeah, Captain Crunch, Focus Minds, Hiker, Mike Dollars, Bad Saint, Rose Malik OG, Jasmine, Captain Crunch, Dre Light, King Genocide. What's good, brother? I didn't see you slipped in. Grand Rise, much love to you and the family. My brother King Genocide, Bad Saint, Jackie Brown, Big Chief All American. Who else came through? Smash and Idol, Grand Rising, much love and respect. I hadn't looked at the chat in a minute. Who else? Phenomenal Mommy, Rumham Solo, D. Allen Warren, Jackie Brown. Appreciate all of y'all, man. Haru, Bad Saint, Big Chief All American. Make sure I got everybody. My brother Maybach, all the Flat Power family, TJ, Rumham Solo, my brother Emmy's Public, Voodoo Child, Chris Cyphers, Executive Sessions, JJ, Ghetto Child Clinic, Mac V Productions, Vibrant Lore. Man, I appreciate all of y'all, man. Each and every one of y'all that tapped in. Wale.
Yeah. Y'all just remember, if if you take 2 steps forward, Jesus will break both legs so you can stay on your knees and always beg. You just remember that.
Yeah, and closing like I always close, man. If nobody told y'all they love y'all, OG and his family love y'all. You know, I just wanted to get this content out to the people. I haven't been going live. Took 30 days off, but you know, I'm still in other people chat, but I'm gonna continue going live at least 2 to 3 times a week. When I see nobody else ain't live, I may hop on. But man, I appreciate all of y'all. I just wanted to get that information out to the people. You know, and like I always say, if nobody told y'all they love y'all, I love y'all. I ain't y'all enemy. I know who my enemy is. My enemy trying to poison me and you know, indoctrinate me and the little ones, the children, the kids. But yeah, I know who my enemy is. So, you know, everybody have a good day, man. I maybe come back live late night if my nigga smoke signals don't go live. Or I may be back tomorrow morning. But I'm definitely going to continue streaming, bringing this information and content to y'all, man. I appreciate everybody. Dre, like you already know, my brother. Have a good evening. Much love to everybody, man. Power to the motherfucking people is what I stand on. Let's go. Everybody have a good evening, good weekend, man. Peace.
We be over on Smoke tonight. Smoke gonna be live.
Yes, sir. I may bring two of these stories to my brother Smoke. You know, because a lot, you know, they love to act like we ain't being poisoned. That you know that it ain't corrupt. That Trump is cleaning the swamp when I'm purely showing that he's not changing any corruption. But we out of here, man. Much love to everybody. Peace. Power to the motherfucking people. We out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.